And we're live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neil.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
And you just saw him in the intro there. And I didn't just add you in. You're in there every week, actually. We have,
Yeah, awesome. How you guys doing?
very good. Yeah. The
Very good. How
co-creator.
are you doing?
Yes.
Pretty good. Yeah.
You got a lot of cool stuff out. We're gonna be seeing Blair Witch, which has been out for a long time this weekend. But I don't think Annabelle got to see it yet. But I saw Satanic Hispanics when you had the screenings at the well, what do you call them? The events there, Fathom events.
Oh,
And,
right.
That was. I'm a big fan of anthologies to begin with,
Uh-huh.
and this one was really good.
Cool. No, I'm glad. Thanks for coming out and supporting us, man.
Yeah,
I wish I could have gone. It was one day. It was far. I couldn't do it, but I've seen a lot about it ever since we saw the trailer, and I was, oh my god, this is gonna be amazing.
Yeah, it's a fun movie. A lot of different taste in there, which I think is good. And it's coming out on VOD and I think Blu-ray and stuff on November 14th. So
that's not far. Yeah. Good,
yeah.
Excellent.
What was the origin of Satanic Hispanics? Like, how did it come about?
I'm good friends with Alejandro Brugues, and he introduced me a few years ago to Mike Mendez, and been big fan of their films. And they kind of approached me and they're like, "Hey, we're doing this anthology," and I like doing anthologies, but I've done a few now, and they are sometimes they're either great experiences or sometimes they go south a little bit, and but I was like, all right, yeah, I'll do it. And then I was thinking about it, and then they're like, yeah, it's called a Satanic Hispanics, and we're going to do Latinos. And I was like, oh my God, I'm in, and then after me, they got Gigi Saul Guerrero, and then Damian Rugna, and kind of finished off the team, and started working on it. And it was so that was the origin of it.
When you said like sometimes they're bad experiences, I should say like I like anthologies, but some of them I like the good ones. I should say, which should go without saying. But sometimes like they don't mesh well. Like it's almost like a collection of short films, and they just kind of stick together. And some are better than others.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely the formula. I mean we're really with any film, but like as the anthology movies, it's sometimes they just don't, like you're saying, they don't mesh. And also, sometimes the last one we were in got a little messy, just took a long time. And, it was just, so we were kind of just like, a little hesitant. I was a little hesitant, but, and also I'm just basically lazy. I do a lot of television. So, and the idea of like making a film was like, I was like, all right, I should do it. I haven't done a film in a long time, but yeah, mostly I'm lazy. So, but I just the title alone was like, I got to make this. Well, yeah. I gotta be a part of this. Like how could I turn this down?
Yeah, when I heard the title or saw the title, I was like, I have to see this. I understand.
Yeah, that was I was like I either have to go want to see it or want to be a part of it or both. So yeah, it was a great title. So.
What were like the guidelines given, or were there any guidelines given to like you make this? Or?
No, I mean we kind of because we were all busy. Damian was like shooting a movie, and Gigi was also she's busy doing a movie, and she's an actress, and everybody's Alejandro, everybody's busy. So we were like, all right, nobody knew what they were wanted to do. So the first thing was just like, at least give us an idea, give them an idea of what they want to do. And I was like, I had no idea. I wanted to do something serious, just started thinking about it. And then the idea came, Pete Barnstrom sent me this idea about this vampire and, being, caught off guard because of daylight savings time and trying to make it back to his lair, and I was like, oh my god, I love that. And it kind of immediately it was kind of something that you kind of know when the idea hits you, what the right idea hits you. So I said, I'm going to do a vampire one. probably going to be funny. And I immediately thought of Hemke Madera, who I had worked with on Queen of the South, and him and I are good friends, and we always wanted, always looking for stuff to do together. So I was like, oh my God, Hemke would kill in this, because he's, he usually doesn't get to do too much comedy.
Oh, cool.
And he's a really funny guy, got great timing. And so I was like, I sent it the idea, and he was like, yeah, I'm in, and then, everybody else started throwing their ideas. And I think Mike and Alejandro did a good job, especially, I think they both helped write it, but Mike was the main writer of the Traveler, at least as far as like putting all the segments together. And I think he did a really great job just kind of introducing things, and like, and because you're right, like there is the some of the better anthologies have better connective tissue. Sometimes it doesn't matter, but sometimes it does matter. And I thought that the connective tissue in this one was outstanding,
Like classic anthologies, there's even way back. There's like, I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but there's one with Vincent Price, and it's this creepy house, and this woman comes in this creepy house and learns the stories about this house. It's very intense. And so these different characters, it's the films themselves, but then there becomes this affection for whoever that presenter is. Like they become iconic. Yeah. And bringing those things together, I think anthologies, because a lot of us grew up with those anthologies, and there's something, we just want more of them. We want good ones, because the good ones are amazing. Yeah.
I mean, the thing I love about anthologies is that, like, because, it's like, I want different tastes, like I want to be challenged. And at least for me in my horror, like, unless it's a sequel, or I know I know what I'm going to get. I like to be surprised, and especially if it's going to be scary, I like to be, I don't want to know what the scare is going to be, So you usually don't love every single movie, but at least even if you don't like the movie, you're like, okay, I'm just gonna, in a couple more minutes, it's gonna be another movie and a different taste, and maybe I'll love it. So just the variety of it, and also like when the first time you see it, you don't know. You don't have no idea what's coming. You know what I mean? Like in a normal narrative movie, the beginning, or you've seen the trailer, and you're kind of, okay, it's a story about these two people and they get stuck, and this anthology, you're just like, the trailer gives it's just things happening and shots and cool things, and you're like, I have no idea what I'm getting into. So I really love that about anthologies too, is that there's so many stories, and they're all fresh takes, and you have no idea what you're going to see next.
Are there anthologies not from more recent history, but things you grew up with that you love?
I mean, Creepshow is one of my favorite movies, ever.
I have it up here, the original clamshell. It's the first VHS tape my mom bought me, so I have it up
Nice, man. Was that back when the VHSs were like $90? Like,
exactly. That's why it's a big deal, because it's not like it was $5 or something.
Yeah, the youngsters don't understand how expensive VHS was at first, so that you would have to go rent it. But Creepshow, and the second one was really good too, but I didn't see it until later in life. But the first one was like, I saw it probably 10 times in the theater. It was just something it was just like the perfect, and even, and that one was one director, so it's kind of but he does give, Romero gives us like different taste and different, it was different enough,
Mm-hmm.
It felt like different filmmakers, that's what I liked about it. But I just thought it was just so much fun, and also it just seemed like everybody was having such a good time on that movie. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's cool. But anyway, that's one of my favorites. And then I don't know if I remember many others from my childhood, because I was not really like a big horror fan when I was younger. Yeah. I was really scared, and I mean, I loved film in general, but my genres were like comedies and horror, and action. I liked like James Bond movies. I love, and also especially the movies that my dad liked. And I guess my dad did not like horror movies, so he would never take me to the horror movies. But also I was just kind of a chicken, so I just didn't really gravitate towards those. So the horror movies I did see were the ones that were more fun, and like I love Evil Dead 2, and I love again Creep Show is a good example of that. But I've stayed away from slasher movies. They're just I just something about them just really bugs me. Like I had a really like I remember watching Friday the 13th in 3D, and with my cousins, and I guess I was a teenager. I don't know how, I can't remember exactly when that came out, but I was probably a teenager before I drove, definitely. And it was just like I just did not enjoy that experience. I mean, I love the 3D, and that's why I went to see it, because I was like, oh, it's going to be 3D, it's going to be cool. But I just didn't, I just don't like the violence and just the like I still remember, I think that one has where somebody's laying down, he puts I guess it's Jason, right? Puts the knife through the bed, and it comes up through this. I was just like, I couldn't handle that stuff, it just kind of stayed with me. But then later on, obviously, I became I loved like The Shining and Amityville Horror. Like there was these really great horror movies that I really loved. And then eventually, once Dan and I started thinking about Blair Witch, we went back and like looked at a lot of those horror movies, those classic movies, and also just the things that scared us as kids. And that's where the idea for Blair Witch came from. So
I remember being in the theater with two of my friends. We used to run around and there's bunkers near where I grew up, like old abandoned from World War I bunkers.
Creepy.
And we'd explore them and be in the woods all the time. And we were cowering together in the theater because that was in a time there was no cell phones. There's no one but wealthy people had internet. And it so captured that experience of being a kid out walking around in the dark and
just fumbling around and just kind of not knowing what the hell you're doing. I mean, I had a childhood that was, we lived in an apartment complex, but there was a creek with like a little creek with woods right behind it, and we would just spend all the summers were just spent in the creek there, messing around and getting our shoes wet. And it was, it was back in before, I guess there's still, creeks are still dirty, but it was, there was old people were like dropping oil cans, they would drop like oil into the creek, and it was just nasty, but sometimes the smell down there, but it was like an adventure for it, and I was a big fan of Bigfoot, and that's what would creep me. I would never go out, never stay out in the woods at night though. I would not. My mom wouldn't let me, and also I was like, no. As soon as it started getting dark, I was getting out of the woods because I just was not that kind of kid, And then and then Blair Witch basically came from those experiences from when I was like camping, even as an adult. It's just a creepy experience when you're like not in a campsite, but you're kind of I'm not sure why, but we went on the Appalachian Trail when I was early college, and just went and just got a couple tents and went in the middle of nowhere. And I remember like in the middle of the night hearing like, it's probably a raccoon or something, but it sounded like a freaking elephant. Just walk, and then the silence, and you're like, what the hell? And those moments are, with Dan, I kind of both shared about like just, camping and being creeped out in the middle of the woods and just the darkness and how creepy the woods are at night, and that's what we wanted to bring to Blair Witch. It was one of the early kind of ideas that we wanted to kind of definitely infuse into the film.
Dean here says, I was 12 when I watched Blair Witch. I legit thought it was a documentary. I had no idea it was a movie.
Yeah, I mean, that was the plan. We loved and like that show In Search Of, with Leonard Nimoy narrating, like late 70s, early 80s. And we were like, oh my God, if we can make it look like it's real, and if we can, marketing was a different thing, because we were like, are people going to be angry if we market it as real? So when we were shooting the movie and editing it, we were like, no, we can't really tell people it's real. We can't lie to them. And then, but that was our whole thing, was like, we don't want anything in the movie that gives away that it's fake. That it's not real. Like we couldn't, obviously use any actors that were known. We couldn't have like weird lighting, like Hollywood lighting where like the woods are all lit up and you're like, where the hell are those lights coming from? It had to be totally real. The sound had to be crappy. Like we liked that we couldn't hear what people were saying sometimes, and just kind of like a regular, movie, a home movie, and then, so, we were definitely like into that, we had that kind of prime directive, which was like everything the movie has to feel real, like there's nothing, to give it away. And then Artisan, when Artisan, bought us and started talking about doing the marketing, they were like, oh no, we want to market it as real. And we were like, well, isn't that gonna be like a big backlash? And they kind of gave us they kind of winked at us and said, look, all movie marketing is kind of lying to your audience to a certain extent. And that, and yeah, you realize, all of us have seen trailers where you're like, you watch the movie and you're like, what the heck? They completely threw, it was a different movie, and sometimes to the detriment of the movie, like they try to, commercialize a, movie that isn't that way. And it ruins the movie sometimes, even though it's a great film, So they were like, yeah, man, we're just gonna, you guys don't have to lie to them, but we're not going to tell it if it's real or fake. We're going to keep the actors out of, the interviews for a few weeks while the movie's out. And so, and we were like, all right, well, I guess you guys know what you're doing. So we kind of just let them do it. And they obviously knew what they were doing.
What do you think would have happened if they hadn't made that choice?
Like if they had marketed it as like this is a fake movie.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I always tell people, because everybody's like, oh my God, everybody must have wanted Blair Witch and after Sundance. And I was like, no, we really only got a real offer from Artisan. They jumped on it. But I'm not sure how many offers were coming because I think people didn't understand what the movie was. And Artisan, there was this guy named John Hageman. I think he was kind of the main guy who he's the marketing head of Artisan, and he saw the movie and he kind of targeted, like he knew it was coming and he wanted to see it. He was there, and he's the one that called his bosses and was like, we got to buy this movie, and but he had Artisan had done a movie called Pi, which was Darren Aronofsky's first film. And, that's not a very commercial film. I mean, it's black and white about math, and it's a great film, but it's not exactly
not mainstream.
No, at all. And they squeezed I don't know, it made $3 million at the box office. And we were like, Artisan was also on our radar. We were like, Artisan would be a good company for this movie, because we knew we didn't have a normal commercial movie. We knew, we were like, there's no way we're going to compete with, Halloween movie, or Friday the 13th or any of these horror movies that are coming out right now. It's just not going to happen, but John Hageman, I think, saw, the potential, and they bought us, and then they really got the movie. They really understood it. And I think that if there is a chance, I always tell people, if because back then it was Miramax, and it was New Line was supposed to be in the hunt. October Films, I think, was still out there. There was the companies that would buy movies at Sundance, and I think that we ended up at the perfect company, because they were just willing to take a bet, a gamble on the marketing. And John Hageman and Amarette Jones also was at marketing. They really got the movie, and they really collaborated well with us, So I think that if it would have been released as a normal movie, it just wouldn't have. I don't know. I don't think it would have worked as well. You know what I mean? I think there would have still been I think it would have still worked for a lot of people, but I think that the initial kind of
there was for people who weren't around at that time, there was a big buzz about the movie. Is it real? And Annabelle mentioned, not everyone had the internet. I think it was kind of the perfect level of the internet. Enough, there was a little bit, some people had, so there was some stuff out there about Blair Witch.
Yeah.
But if it would have been today, everyone would have known Blair Witch was, it was a regular movie.
Yeah. The internet was the perfect size for the spreading of disinformation, but not big enough to actually, check up on it. Now people would first of all, they would all the actors would have Facebook pages and
right.
Whatever. And then also, people would realize could find out immediately whether they went to Montgomery College or not. That was just, that was not something that you could just that you could just do from your house, In fact, like when we were still editing the movie, and we had a little bit of the website was out, and there was a little show called Split Screen that we had little segments on. So there was a little buzz about, people were hearing about it or whatever. But I think somebody called Dan one day, and he was a detective, and like a real detective, like a private investigator, and they were like, dude, I've been looking for a few weeks on this information. I finally went to MC, and there are no students that went to MC by those names. And Dan was like, dude, this, it's not real. They didn't go to MC. So, again, that in 2 minutes, somebody would have been like, oh, these people that went to MC.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was just the perfect, level of like, again, like disinformation, but you couldn't check up on, sources and stuff. There was no way to reference stuff, So I think that, and that really helped us out, obviously.
Yeah.
A lot of people here mentioned, they saw it when they're 17. And Jamie Hill is from Skinamarink, which is a similar kind of idea. She says, brilliant marketing.
Yeah. Hey, Jamie, how are you? Yeah. And again, it was like, I think, obviously now you can't really do the same thing, but you can still have that kind of feeling of authenticity. And I think, Skinamarink is like the perfect example of that. It's like you can still have something that feels like it's real,
Yeah.
And that's what it really is great about, I've obviously found footage is kind of, gone way beyond Blair Witch. Like there's like even subgenres now within found footage, but I love the, and there's always
anthologies that started a whole anthology, the VHS.
Yeah, like and obviously there's some stories where you're like, okay, this is not real, there's zombies and whatever, but
right.
There is like Paranormal Activity and Skinamarink. There is like these kind of other movies that like at least pretend that that it's it kind of following the Blair Witch tradition, but yeah, it's I love the fact that that there's still new ways of doing it, and still entertaining ways of doing it. Like recently Host was also a great footage movie that I really loved. And again, like just very simple and just kind of a new a new kind of twist on it, so it's great that people are still having fun with it,
Yeah. Now, I mentioned Annabelle and I are going to go see, so we go to a 12-hour horror movie marathon every year at Coolidge after midnight in Brookline.
Oh my God. I feel sorry.
I'm do it now. You just, they're smart. They put in just enough movies that aren't that great that you can take a nap.
Well, yeah, what that is important. Like that there should be some like slow areas. Yeah. Nap time. Yeah.
So a couple things there. The lasting power, because it comes out, all these things are talking about the marketing and stuff, so people are into it right away. Are you surprised, over 20 years later, like it still holds up and people still, are into the movie?
I mean, dude, next year is going to be 25 years. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm Blair Witch continues to surprise me, and I think all of the people and all of us involved, still, we and also we feel, especially I feel really blessed to have been a part of it because it was very collaborative, and I think that it truly was a movie made by a team of people, and I never, like I love Star Wars and I love like Jaws, these big movies that Raiders of the Lost Ark, these huge movies that I watched when I was a kid and are still being talked about in one way or another. Like I never imagined in my wanting to be a filmmaker brain that I was going to have a movie that like 25 years after it was made, like that people are still talking about it, what I mean, and want to talk about it. And a lot of people ask me, like sometimes people approach me and they're like, hey, Blair Witch, whatever, they're cautious because they're like, I don't know if sometimes people don't want to talk about their one big hit, what I mean. And I always tell people, dude, if people want to talk to me about Blair Witch, why would I not want to talk to them about Blair Witch? Like as long as you're like truly interested and not just like sometimes you get people trying to like get on your good side, and they kind of fake a little bit of
Right.
fandom a little too much, and you're like, all right. But I mean, I see people, their eyes, and especially like I do a lot of television, and a lot of, when I'm on set, a lot of time just kind of sitting around and waiting for the shot or whatever, people come, and there's always a group of people that like want to talk Blair Witch, and I love that. And they're all ages. A lot of people saw it like originally, and then there's a lot of younger people that saw it when they were little kid, when they were teenagers just a few years ago. And it continues to kind of inspire people. And also, like, I think the story of the fact, the story of like this team of people, coming out of nowhere, none of us had any kind of Hollywood credentials, or we had nothing. We scraped the money together and just made this little movie that became this kind of huge movie. And I think that inspires people too, filmmakers. And the best thing that I hear is when people are like, oh man, Blair Witch inspired me to get into filmmaking. And like that's because that's what Star Wars did to me, and that's what the Spielberg movies did for me. And I just that's like such an honor to like be in the just to just kind of have pushed people, or like put some interest in people in filmmaking. I think it's I love it. Again, I feel really blessed and honored to have been a part of it.
We have a friend that's quite a bit younger than us.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to be 20 years younger than us, who loves Blair Witch. He loves it so much. And he is an aspiring filmmaker, and
that's cool.
That's like one of his top.
Yeah, I'm surprised because I think, and also, but I think that like the movie for this generation, because a lot of people, like how are you going to get it without? Because in these days with special effects and CGI, and people want the chase, and they want to see the monster, and they want whatever. Is Blair Witch work at all? And I think that obviously, it doesn't work for everybody. Like it never worked for everybody. But I think that I love the fact that like the whole idea of like the YouTube generation and the Facebook and Instagram and TikTok generation, like that, they grew up looking at each other through these cameras, and so Blair Witch kind of I think they really relate to it. They're like, yeah, I mean, it's a movie. Handheld movie shot by I mean, I totally get, that's what I watch, so I love that they're open to it and they get into it. And then again, it's not a movie for everybody, and it's not a movie that like if you're going in there for thrills and to see something cool, and it's a slow burn, and it's more psychological, and you have to like really give it a chance. And I love that, like especially in that younger audience, some of them are giving it a chance, and it really gets under their skin, and I really love that it's still effective so many years later.
Well, like you said, this, and myself as well, like the woods are still scary.
Yeah,
the woods are going to be scary. It's like man's connection with the woods. We love it, and it's so intriguing and interesting. It lets your imagination just explode with ideas.
Yeah.
And that's
well,
scary.
Blair Witch, I think, like shares kind of, I mean, and I don't want to compare it to Jaws, because Jaws, is Jaws, but like the idea that Jaws like scared people going into the water, you know what I mean? Like, I think that, and that's a universal thing. I mean, everybody has gone into the water, usually, most of the population of the earth, lives near the water, and the same thing with woods. And so that's why I think Blair Witch was kind of it kind of hit almost everywhere in the world. And like, I was doing a movie in like 2007 in China, and like in Hong Kong, and like I was amazed by how many people would come to me and tell me their Blair Witch story, like a lot of the crew. And I was like, oh my God, this is literally like on the other side of the earth. And like, they're telling me their Blair Witch stories, because I think just being lost in the woods is such a universal thing, and so yeah, I think that's what it works at. And again, the woods are still scary, and so Jaws still works, because you go to the beach and you're still like, what's under there,
Okay.
so it still works, so I think that the woods are going to continue to be scary, so we're in good shape. I think
I live close, I know where Jaws was shot, so yeah, I know about the sharks here on the Cape.
There. doing crazy stuff. We have attacks and deaths in New England. It's crazy. Happens. So yeah, the beach is a scary place to be.
That's the thing, is that there's just enough shark attacks that you hear about that you're like, it keeps you, like, if you actually look at the numbers, you're like, oh my god, there's no more chance of me getting hit by lightning than being attacked by a shark. But still, you hear, oh my god, you hear that one, oh my, and then your imagination takes over, and then and that's what Spielberg was. So he knew exactly how to play with that.
Someone needs to make a movie now that puts the fear of lightning into people, and they can talk about it's like the jaws of lightning.
Maybe there can be a lightning horror film.
Exactly.
All right, I'm stealing that. I'll give you credit. I'll give you credit. I'll give you a point, man. No, that's a cool idea, like some kind of supernatural lightning storm or something, that hunts people,
because like you were saying, it's something everyone can relate to. So
Oh, and then if you're like, when I had family in Florida on the Gulf, and these storms would just come out. You'd just be
out of nowhere.
Some white clouds, and all of a sudden there's a little tiny little dot, and it grows into this giant storm that you have to pull over because it rains so hard.
No, I lived in Orlando I went to school in Orlando, and I lived there after we were editing Blair Witch there, and man, those afternoon storms in the summer, like, and also, and I think that's, I mean, look, I'm not saying that we're going to make a movie about this, but it's a cool metaphor, and also it's a cool situation, because sometimes the storm comes and it's coming. You're like, you see it, and it takes a couple hours to approach. There's those kinds of storms, and then like there was a storms that you were talking about where it was like, it's sunny, and then like 10 minutes later you're like, what the hell happened to the sun? And then 10 minutes after that, it's like, you're right, you got to pull over because it's raining so hard, and then the lightning strikes. So yeah, it would make a good bad guy, a good monster.
So Blair Witch Blair Witch, when it comes out, it's this huge success. So like, was everyone trying to get you guys to make a sequel right away?
Yeah. Artisan was like ready to go. And we were like, we were just so sick of Blair Witch, and just the biggest thing for us was that we were like just tired of being in the dark space, because Blair Witch had, took 2 or 3 years of our lives, and and Blair Witch was like one of these movies where you're like, you were in a really dark place, just because that's the nature of the mythology, and it's evil. It's something that's mysterious. So at least for me, I was just burned out on any kind of horror thing, and we had ideas for other Blair Witch movies, and we had them laid out a little bit, and we pitched them to Artisan, and they were like, well, we want to. They were hesitant because we wanted to do a prequel. We wanted to go back to like late 1700s and tell the story of like what happened in Blair. And they were like, nah, we want to do a sequel. I mean, and I think they realized that doing a period piece is going to cost a lot more than another found footage sequel or something, But we were like, they decided to go forward with the sequel idea, and then they actually did offer us to do. They were like, yeah, you guys can do the prequel. We'll get you, whatever. But they were, they had a release date already set up, and they wanted to release it in October of 2000, and we had no story. We're like, you crazy, man. We got like 9 months to write, shoot, and edit, and cast, and all. It's impossible. We don't want to. And we were aware of like that Hollywood machine of like setting a release date even before you have the idea for the movie is not a good way to start. Not a good way to start the sequel for Blair Witch. So we passed, and they brought in Joe Berlinger, and we were like very excited because we loved his films and his docs, and we were like, yeah, I think this guy might be able to do something really interesting with it. And so they and like Book of Shadows is like a weird thing for me because it's not a terrible film. Like I don't hate it. I thought it would have been better if it was like an offshoot of Blair Witch, like if they would have just called it Book of Shadows, and then you find out that this has something to do with Blair Witch or whatever, because it wasn't really a sequel to our movie. It was in a different world in our movie, and I just felt that like it was an interesting idea, but I think that just the execution didn't quite work 100%. And I don't blame Joe completely. I mean, obviously, I think he put as much energy into it. You never go into something trying to make a bad movie. Everybody believes in their movie. So, and again, it's not a bad movie. It's got some, it has its own fan base, and I think it's got some really cool stuff in it. But again, it's like, I think the time frame, he didn't have enough time. And then, at the end of it, Artisan didn't like it wasn't testing well or something, and so they took it away from him, and they added a bunch of stuff that he didn't really like. And I mean, everybody, whoever knows about the Blair Book of Shadows story knows about all that controversy that happened around that movie when it was released and stuff. And Joe, of course, is very vocal about it. But it was just kind of a it wasn't really what Joe wanted. It wasn't really what the studio wanted. It wasn't really what we wanted. So it was just like, unfortunately, it kind of killed the franchise for a while. And we've had opportunities to go back and do Blair Witch stuff, and not recently, but closer to like 1999 when it was released, and we just were interested in other things, and so unfortunately it didn't happen. But I'm always holding out hope that eventually I'll be able to do something again in the Blair Witch universe, whether it's a TV show or a movie or something.
Yeah, I mean, we live in it. We get direct sequels to movies, decades later. So it's much more common today for a sequel, to a movie a lot later. And like you said, a lot of the stuff with the TikTok and people with phones and stuff. So there's a lot of different areas you could go down.
We just saw and they like squeezed the movie in.
Right.
In other movies.
Yeah, so it's like it's a sequel to one and a prequel to part 2, I believe.
Yeah. No, it's cool. I mean, I just listened to a book on tape on Audible, like book on tape. Still call it book on tape.
I listen to audiobooks all the time. So.
Yeah, the audiobooks. It was like it's called Alien. I can't remember what it was, but it's basically a sequel to Alien, to the original one. And they got like this woman that sounds just like Sigourney Weaver, and it's really great. And then when I went in like just cold, like I was like, oh, aliens, and I started listening to it, and I listened to it, and I thought, oh, they're obviously gonna they're going against Aliens, because obviously Ripley, Aliens happens right after Alien, but they squeezed it in. They found a way to like they erased basically Ripley's memories of the thing. But it was a really cool, and I really loved it, and I thought it was really it brought up a lot of cool visuals. And again, the woman that plays Ripley sounds like Sigourney Weaver. So it just, it's just cool. So I highly recommend it. But yeah, I like that idea. I like the idea of like going back and just finding, this middle ground is pretty interesting. I mean, Star Wars, and like
Rogue One,
Star Trek,
Rogue One was one of the best. Star Wars.
You just find something, that happened in between, and and exploit it. I think it's a great idea.
I noticed as soon as your camera went on, by the way. I've just been like looking at that over there.
Oh, yeah. The AT-AT walker.
Oh, yeah, the AT-AT. Yeah. That's the Master of Replicas one. Came out years ago. It has Phil Tippett's signature.
Oh, sweet.
So.
Wow.
Yeah, it's cool. I love it.
Is that a Jabba back in the background too?
The what?
I think there might be is that a Jabba over your other shoulder way in the back?
Yes, that's the Gentle Giant or Sideshow Collectibles, I think, the Jabba throne. Dude, you guys, I have so much Star Wars crap that it's a disease. After Blair Witch, I had a lot of disposable income, and I went down this road, and I haven't
Much
turned
better
back.
than you could have went down dark roads. Instead, you bought
I
a
mean,
bunch of Star
I
Wars
could have,
stuff.
yeah, I could have blown it all on cocaine, yeah.
Right.
I always tell my wife, I'm like, because she's like, all right, now we got to start selling it. And I am selling because it really is outrageous. And I wish I could do it as a full-time job, but I still like to, make movies and, or TV shows and try to still make these movies or every once in a while. But it just takes up so much of my time, but I do love it. I still find it very intriguing, and so I'm trying to definitely cut down. I basically keep it down to just basically Legos and assorted little small things. But my whole basement is just Star Wars. It's like a little museum. So, yeah, it's an addiction.
What would be like your top 3 favorite Star Wars characters?
Ooh, that's a good one. I mean, Han Solo, because Harrison Ford, just my favorite actor, and I just love that dude. And then, man, that's, I mean, you want to try to be. I love, I think her, Mara Jade, Luke's wife. It was just in the books, and I don't even know if she is is a canon character anymore. But I really, for some reason, I really enjoyed their whole courtship, and the fact that she was like, I don't know how much you guys know, but she was like basically hired. She was supposed to kill Luke, and then they end up falling in love. It's just cool. It's just like this really weird Jedi love story that I really loved, and it's all in the books. So you can kind of imagine. Your own, books always, you use your imagination. So things sometimes are better than when they come to life, when they shoot them, actually, bring them into a real TV show or whatever. And then, God, the third one's a tough one. I love Lando. I mean, Lando's just like, he's just cool. And Chewbacca. I mean, I'm 6'7", so I relate to Chewbacca, and I'm very hairy. Hairy, but
I saw you as Chewbacca on your Facebook.
Yeah. On my Facebook page,
that was a good Chewbacca there.
Yeah, that was
I like Star Wars.
Yeah, but Chewbacca, I think, just gentle giant. And obviously I see myself in Chewbacca, but I mean, there's so many great characters, even and obviously Darth Vader, so many great bad guys. Boba Fett, who was basically was popular because of the action figure, because he wasn't really much of a character.
Yeah, he's barely in the movie, really. But
it's just again, Star Wars. Like, I was 8 years old, and it freaking blew my brain wide open, and I wouldn't be talking to you right now if it wasn't for Star Wars. So I think I've paid George Lucas back enough, for my career at this point. I named one of my sons Lucas, and I've spent a lot of my adult life collecting Star Wars crap. So,
what is your most prized Star Wars crap?
I mean, I have some stuff from the movies that is. That's pretty valuable, and I have Yoda's flute, from Empire, and one of the ones they used. I think there's only 3 of them. But I always tell the same story. I found these I like one-offs, like fan art. And I also like my favorite stuff is where somebody tried to do something, and it sort of backfired a little bit. So I love things with a story. So I found these on eBay years ago. I found these 3 cups, made out of wood. Basically they drilled a hole, into a cup about this, and the grandfather carved, I think Yoda, C-3PO, and I think Darth Vader onto the side of this wood, and then painted it. But they did not do a good. It was not the best, not the best execution, but I mean, it's really well sanded, and it's good. He definitely spent time, and I love the story. And he said that, he gave it to his grandkids. His grandkids were like, "What the hell? What the hell is this?" And so he was like, "The hell with it! I'm going to put it up on eBay." And I have those, and those are I think I always tell that story. I love those things. I love the things where like they're one-offs, where like they have like some kind of sentimental value. And for me, it's like, you know, your grandkids may have hated them, but I love it, you know, and I'm giving it your work, my, you know, love and stuff. So that's kind of my favorite stuff, is just like the like when I go to yard sales or I go to flea markets and I find some sculpture that somebody did, and I'm like, oh my God, that looks awesome. Or like there was like these there's this series of like, I'm not sure what happened. There was some kind of mold of Darth Vader that somehow was, I don't know, but there's these kind of odd variations on these Darth Vader lamps from the 70s. And I have like 4 or 5 of them, and I would buy more, but they're just ugly and they take up a lot of space. But they're kind of, they're bootlegs, but they all have kind of the same, they all have the same shape or what. I'm not sure if there was a mold at one time or a kit or something. But I love those because some of them are just so tacky. You're like, what the hell is this? And you know, they put marbles, you know, for the Darth Vader's chest thing, and you know, colored marble, and you can put a light behind it, and they, you know, the eyes light up, and it's just anyway. That's the kind of stuff I love. The stuff where like people are, you know, just for their love of Star Wars.
Yeah.
You know,
They had passion.
They had passion. And I like, you know, art. I like getting, you know, one of a kinds. You know, I think that's like, I love that stuff. So
yeah. So since you love Han Solo, what did you think of the Solo movie?
You know, I need to rewatch it because I've only seen it once and I didn't love it. The biggest thing about Solo for me was that like it was so murky. Like just the movie looked murky. Like I was like, why do they have to be so murky? And like why is it, you know, it was just, I'm not sure why they chose it, because like, and it's weird because I have a bunch, I have all the like the Lego figures, you know, that's another one of my, that's like, I have like probably 95% of them. Like it's I have so many. And like, you can see the difference in the color palette from the Solo movie to and even the prequels to like, and the sequels to like the original figures. Like to me, like the Star Wars movies should be colorful and like not like, you know, and I know Rogue One is a little dark, but Rogue One isn't murky. You know what I'm saying? Like it still has like that planet when the sun is out and it's like there's that beach planet. Like it doesn't like it's a darker movie, but so to me, Solo just looked like they were in a suit the entire movie. And but I have to watch it again. I mean, I've gotten to know more of like that actor and I can't remember his name, but the guy that did it, and I was like, you know, I'm going to go back and check this out. So, and I always like Ron Howard's movies, and so I liked it, but I didn't love it as like I wanted to love it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I personally like it, but I also went in seeing so much actually hate for it, and so I had low expectations, and I watched it and I thought, oh, it's actually a fun movie. It's more of an adventure.
And I think the guy again. I don't know why I don't know his name, but they did a great job. Like, you know, it wasn't like a Harrison Ford and you know, imitation, but it was like you could, you know, he had the, you know, he could see that was Han Solo. Yeah, you know, he did a great job.
And Lando's really good in it too.
And Lando, yeah, of course. But I think that like and I think that the reason that like, you know, even in like the sequels of the Star Wars movies have been a mixed bag. I mean, I really enjoyed them, but I mean, obviously, like the fan reaction has been very mixed. And I think that it's just hard to like, you know, take Luke Skywalker and Princess Leia and Han Solo and these characters that we loved as kids and we grew up with, and like, it's just hard to like give us another story that satisfies everybody because everybody wants something different. You know what I mean? And I think that the reason why Mandalorian was so like kind of universally praised, and I think the same thing with like Rogue One, is that, you know, it was kind of happening on the outskirts of the Skywalker universe. You know what I mean? And I think that it gives the stories like a little more room to breathe. You know?
Because they're not pre-existing people where it's like, oh, this guy wouldn't do this, or this girl wouldn't do that.
And I think like, you know, and I dug Boba Fett too, but at the same time that suffered from the same thing where you were like, that's not Boba Fett. You know, Boba Fett wouldn't do that. I mean, Boba Fett was like a badass bounty hunter who would like kill people and like, he was the, that was the I mean,
Merciless.
yeah, they were like the villain, the what is the guy on Empire Strikes Back calls him like scum and villainy or something
Right,
like
right. Yeah,
scum or
there's the Scum and Villainy bar in Hollywood.
yeah, like just
Yeah,
like it was just like the bounty hunters were like you don't want to deal with those people. They're dangerous. So it's just hard to like I don't think you could have made a Boba Fett thing that really made everybody happy. But I thought it was cool. But again, so I think that that's the kind of the problem that Solo had was is like you've unless they could go back in time and make Han, bring Hans, Harrison Ford and like, I don't know. For me, it felt like it was again, a character that we love too much. And we're so used to seeing it, just as one person. Han Solo is so Harrison Ford. It's the same thing with Indiana Jones. Like, how are you going to, can you continue Indiana Jones? I mean, I guess you can, but it's not the same, so I think that, so I think it's just a tough act. Harrison Ford's a tough act to follow,
I have a thought to say before my question. Well, it's not a thought. It's Mos Eisley Cantina about the
wretched hive of villainy. But then remember in Empire Strikes Back, there's like I don't know if it's in the novelization or if there's a line where it's like everybody's like looking at the bounty hunters like why did Darth Vader bring those guys here? Like, and that's, and so for me, that's kind of like, I think Boba Fett was a little too clean. You know what I mean? Like, I think I wanted to see more like Sopranos.
Yeah.
No,
where like,
and there is something that you don't see much of Boba Fett in the movie. So part of like the intrigue is like, there's like a lot of mystery to him. So when you see more of him, it's almost it's not going to live up to your expectations.
Yeah,
there's something about keeping him in the mystery.
Yes, it's like exactly. Yeah,
I want to
part of the beauty of him is that he's a mysterious figure.
Now they posed this. I want to ask something about it because they said the Bear Wench was fun too. It would be an honor to one of my movies I'm in Spawn to a soft porn version. So I want to know what you did think when there were so many parodies of Blair Witch, and especially a softcore porn film. Yeah,
I actually have one of the softcore porns, and Dan like bought it and for everybody when it came out, and and I can't sell it. I'm like, I want to get rid of it, but it's part of my history. And that was called the Erotic Witch Project. So no, I mean, look, the Blair Witch parodies were so much fun, again, like you don't expect a movie that you made to be parodied so much, and then the fact that they did it on Saturday Night Live and like all these other shows and Scary Movie and like
it was on Pro Wrestling. I'm a wrestling.
Yeah, I mean everything, man. Mad Magazine, like that was my favorite. It's like when I never thought I would be. I mean, I grew up, on Mad Magazine and Crazy and Cracked, those goofy comic magazines, and so the idea of like being in those magazines, especially like, because we were part of the story of Blair Witch, so they put us in there. Like it was My Luck and Say Cheese. Like they made my name Say Cheese. And then they drew us in there. And it's just like I mean, how could I how can I not love that? And as a kid, like thinking of like, oh my God, one day they're going to parody my movie. I mean, that's I never, that's like a dream. That's like a dream that I never dreamt of, So, and also the thing about Blair Witch is that it's really easy movie to parody because, all you need to do was a camera and basically go to the woods. Or I remember there was one, I mean, people would send them to us, man. They would send us VHSs. And I remember there was one like the Blair Mall project where like they were lost in the mall. And, it was just everything like all, and I like the fact that they were like, there wasn't, I think there were some people that were trying to capture like the scariness of it or whatever, but most of them were just like poking fun, and we loved it. And then the porn stuff, that's like, you've made it when your movie gets, made into a porn.
Yeah.
No, it was awesome, and the fact that there are a few of them like the Bear Wench and there's Erotic Witch Project, and I'm sure there's a few others. It's what are you going to say? I loved it. I mean, I never imagined in my wildest dreams that people were going to be making, pornos of my movie, porno versions of my movie. It's quite an honor. It really is.
Yeah.
A hell of an honor.
This just says Facebook user, but it's Alok Mishra. Eduardo is my brother.
Ah, I know that guy. That guy's
Alok,
trouble.
He's a good guy. Yeah.
He's a great guy. Yeah, he's a great producer. He produced 1BR, which was a really great movie from a few years ago. Yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah, I mean, I can't really say exactly how I feel about him though right now. But he's a good guy. He's a good guy. But he is my brother. He is my brother.
Well, yeah, we saw him when we were in LA. Was that?
When you were talking about Harrison Ford, and you brought up Indiana Jones, what did you think of the new Indiana Jones movie?
I really liked it. I mean,
we both really liked it too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what else you can do, and Harrison Ford, like, even though he's old, they pulled it off. Like, obviously you can see like they're editing around sometimes, because, I mean, he's an older dude. I mean, he's in amazing shape, but he sells it. You're like, yeah, I believe that guy's doing those things, and also Indiana Jones is always, there's always this level of, it's just like James Bond. There's this level of like fantasy, especially the older James Bonds, of like, come on, man, that wouldn't happen, but you kind of give it, it's Indiana Jones, it's James Bond. I mean, of course it's going to happen, of course he's going to pull it off. Fast and the Furious movies are like that too. You're like, what the hell? But they somehow pull it off. I really liked it. And I thought all the supporting roles were great. I love the time travel. I thought the bringing Marion back. I love that. I love how even what's Sala, right? Or Sala, his the wife of what's the name? I forget the character. Anyway, I think all the people they brought back, and I loved, and I know that like Crystal Skull people are really, hate Crystal Skull, and it's not my favorite Indiana Jones movie, but it's kind of like Star Wars with me. Like even the worst Star Wars movies is still Star Wars, and there's still a lot of good stuff in there, and like very enjoyable to me. And I loved what they did with Mutt, and I love Shia LaBeouf. Like, I think he's, I mean, I wouldn't have minded seeing him in some, but I love how they used him. It wasn't something where it's like, oh, he's off or whatever. They used it, and they made it the wound, and I think it really brought a new kind. And I thought Harrison Ford was, I mean, I know he's not going to get nominated or anything, but I thought he did an amazing job, man. It was like indie, but there's a lot of things going on in that movie, and he pulled them off, and if with anybody, pretty much anybody else, like I couldn't imagine any other actor being able to pull that off, at that age, but also just like, like a lot of things a lot of like deep things were happening in that movie, and I just thought he nailed it. I thought he nailed everything, and again, it's like it just really impressed me. And the action sequences were good. I actually saw it a couple times in the theater, and I'm gonna buy it on home video, and it's going to be part of my.
I thought it was a great send off to the Indiana Jones character. It really captured, I think, the feel of the first three movies too.
Yeah, I thought it did. I thought they did a great job. I mean, again, I wish, again, there's something of like, because I thought that it was a little bit of, like a little impersonation of Spielberg, you know what I mean? Which I thought you kind of have to do. Like, you can't do Wes Anderson's version of,
right.
It would be interesting, but it wouldn't be Indiana Jones. And, Spielberg has directed all of the movies, so you had to kind of match, and I thought, he did a great job. I thought he did a phenomenal job. Like, just I could see all the little Spielberg moves, and like, oh my God, yeah, that's classic Spielberg, So I thought it was a home run.
And the end was very, no spoiler, but the end, it was,
the end was just, it was, and again, like I thought that, Crystal Skull didn't really use the characters the way I thought that they should have been used. It was a little silly, or actually a lot silly. And I love that, they brought Marion back, and to me, like, as a fan of the original and, a fan of the whole series, I thought that they did a really great job of, like, giving us a little moment of, happiness there at the end, between these people that you were always rooting for.
So, are you working on anything currently?
Man, there's been, I don't know if you've heard, but there was a couple of strikes that were happening this summer, and now there's a strike still going on. I haven't been allowed really to do anything. I mean, I've been trying to write a little bit and developing some stuff, and I am also executive produced these horror movies that we shot here in Maryland. The first one was called The Jester, and it came out a few weeks ago.
The director was on the show.
Yeah, exactly, man, Colin. Yeah, so they're like really low budget movies, but I really have had a good time, kind of just helping out. With post and just kind of putting out fires and this and that, and it was exhausting. It's really impossible to make movies for that low budget. You know what I mean? But I think we made some pretty cool movies, and so that's been taking up a lot of my time. And also just, selling Star Wars stuff on eBay, really cleaning out my closets. And I've been selling a lot of stuff on eBay. But ready to get back into it. I have, there's a feature that is happening hopefully early next year. And there's a lot of things kind of percolating. And I think that, like, once the SAG thing is done, I think there's going to be a huge ramp up, and hopefully I'll be part of that, kind of wave of, like, new work, of just work that comes our way, hopefully. But mostly, I mean, right now I'm mostly concentrating on directing television. And the big goal would be to make, do our own show. We've kind of had a little bit of success, haven't got anything greenlit yet, but we continue to work on it. So basically I'm, doing that. And again, like hoping to do a feature next year. So.
Very cool. Well, this was really fun to have you back on.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. Yeah. Always a good time.
Yeah. And to let you know, that marathon, they only tell us the headliners. So you're one of the headliners, Blair Witch. So it's you, Blair Witch Project, Rosemary's Baby, and Suspiria. It's a witch theme. So I think you're in pretty good company. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. And then it starts at midnight?
Midnight till noon the next day. Yeah.
But it's a beautiful old theater in right outside of Boston in Brookline. And they have a big costume contest. And one year they had a band. And then they've got different kinds of food that comes in different times of night. There's like a nighttime food truck, and then in the morning they used to have like crepes from the bakery next door.
A couple years they had a crepe. People came and made crepes in the morning, which was
that sounds pretty cool. I mean, I've never been even a double feature kind of guy. Like, I remember I went to see a double feature of Predator and Aliens, and I don't know which one was. And I had already seen both movies, and I couldn't sit through the second movie. And again, two of the best. I don't know. I don't even remember which movie I walked out on, but I couldn't because I just can't watch two movies. I need time to, like, digest each movie. But but that sounds like fun, especially if you were talking about, like, having some places where you can maybe take a nap.
Definitely.
I mean, there's some probably places in Blair Witch where you could take a little nap and wake up for the end. But no, that sounds, and the food thing, that sounds awesome.
The guy is awesome. Fun. Mark, he announces everything. He's just this wicked cool dude. I mean, it's a very community vibe. Yeah. And like you were talking earlier about the filmmaking community vibe and how important that is as part of. I would think that would be so much a part of just doing this work.
Yeah.
Just having that experience of working together, getting with a great group of people.
Yeah.
Enjoying it.
No, absolutely. And obviously that's so important in the indie world, because that's all you got sometimes is just the people around you, but even and it surprised me, like, as somebody who, like, came up through the indie world and is still, like, very much a part of that indie world, that, like, you get that same energy on television shows where people are, like, literally working, like professionals who are, there is, even on the, not that I've done any dumb shows, because I don't want to say anything like that, but there's definitely, I've enjoyed all the shows I've done. I'm really grateful for having the work and having the opportunity. But all the shows, no matter what kind of shows, that there's people that they're trying to do their best work possible, and they believe in it, and the actors, and sometimes, most of the time, sometimes there's like, you can see when there's a show that's kind of off kilter and people are just mad, for one reason or the other. But most of the shows I go on, there's such great energy, and I thought that would go away when I started doing like these bigger, TV shows, but there's still people there. The majority of the people are still there for the right reasons, and they're filmmakers, and they put 110% in, effort. And again, you have to be collaborative, and you have to be cool, and you have to be respectful. But it doesn't take much to get that love back, because it's just so many talented people. And again, it's like something, it energizes me, So it was really surprising to me that it exists not only in the indie world, but in the, kind of the general, especially the television world. There are like these because you spend so much time together that you kind of come in and you're part of this. There's this family there. Like people are literally working, 70 hours a week for 6-7 months together, So there's this weird kind of, it's like a little village, and I just love it. The energy on film sets and on the TV show sets is just awesome. So I'm very grateful to be a part of that as well.
That sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm happy you have that. It sounds like your life has gone pretty. I'm sure you've had.
I mean, I've been definitely lucky and blessed, and I've worked hard, but I've definitely been blessed and continue to get blessed. So I'm very happy, and thanks for having me. It's always fun to be on, and let's do it. Let's do it again.
We'll think of some more Star Wars stuff, and
I'm always ready to talk Star Wars.
I've been looking around. I have like an original Darth Vader somewhere in this vicinity, but I'm not spying.
Oh, one that you painted.
I've been looking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, so thanks for having me, guys.
Of course.
Yeah,
thank you for doing this.
Great to meet you.
We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah. See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. We'll just let you go because we're going to talk about some other stuff.
You get
cool.
Give him the boot, Neil.
I always feel bad about kicking people out, but
no, it's I have to. I'm ready. I love being on, but I'm ready to.
I know. I meant from actually. I always feel bad just removing someone from here, but if you like, I can remove you from the stage.
Yeah, no, I'll see you guys next time.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right. That was very fun. Here, I will remove him. There we go. All right.
You gotta do the boot. They expect it. You just.
Yeah. By the way, when he said he produced that movie Jester, it was I did an interview that we had to record. I had to record it, so you weren't on for there. But what was really cool about that, it's a very low budget movie, but the very young guy who made it, 2 people. Well, a bunch of people made it, but the origin of it was a short that he made for YouTube. And then it was really popular, and they made 3 of them, and then eventually made a feature movie that actually played theatrically. So it was a very nice little story there. And it was the writer and the same guy who played the jester in the short on YouTube.
Well, I will look for the short on YouTube. I'm assuming.
There's 3 of them. They're all on YouTube.
Where is the feature at? Where
the feature just played theatrically, and I don't think it's on video on demand yet.
Got it.
It had a short run at the theater, but
So how will people find this on YouTube?
I'll just look up the Jester short. It's got like 10 million views, so it'll probably come up.
The Jester short. There we go. There's a bunch, and
Yes, 3 of them.
We have one that's the complete series too.
Oh, okay, cool.
Cool. Ooh, what a creepy dude. I can see
18 million views.
Wow. Dang, that is a really good creepy mask.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. I like it.
Yeah. Cool. So I like that, and it's cool that he helped out with it, helped produce it.
Mm-hmm. I like
Thanks. A lot of people here. I didn't get to everyone's comments, but thank you for here.
Yeah. Hi guys.
Yes.
Nice to see people.
We did have bounty hunters. We don't need their scum.
Nice to see you, Jay.
Yeah.
That guy that Jay uses for a picture is one of the two dudes in the band that Todd gave me the CDs for.
Oh, cool.
So cool. Todd and Jay, Todd just gave me like the stack of CDs that are all like special Spark CDs. I just got them from Neil on our trip. So
yes. The Blair Thumb. Todd, I am a huge fan of the Thumb films. Glad you brought that up. I have the box set.
Can you let me borrow them? Is it Blu-ray or DVD?
DVD. The God Thumb, Bat Thumb, the Blair Thumb.
I remember when they came out.
They have a great commentary track that I'm not even allowed to say on YouTube. So, by the way, I did my YouTube training earlier today.
Oh, yes. Do you have a screenshot of that? Because it was pretty funny when you shared it with me.
Yes.
Will you get banned for showing it?
I won't show the screenshot because maybe you're not supposed to tell the word. Because then I don't want people to cheat. Maybe. So then they'll know the answers. Although I will say, I do actually want to talk about
sharing the rules with the world.
So one of the questions was, Ray uploads a video with the title, "The hottest girls are the ones that will let me taste their pee."
Oh, this is not the way to follow an interview. This is like an hour later.
All right, well, we'll bring this up later then. You are awesome. I sent Michael Levy your info to share his films. Oh, very cool. Did you send it? Very nice.
Very nice.
Yes. Thank you, Jamie. We love that you're around, and we love Jamie. She's great.
Jamie is
appreciate
wonderful.
That. Yes.
Jamie has some new. I don't know if you call them headshots, but
yeah,
a new haircut. Looking good, Jamie.
So I'm wearing this shirt for Halloween. It's got sparkly witches on it.
Oh, I was like, I don't understand. It's very challenging to identify them as witches.
It's got witches. It's got pumpkins. So it might be hard to see from here, but
it is.
But I don't.
But it's cool shirt,
I found it.
Regardless.
Yeah, I think it's cool. So.
Where'd you find it?
I thought it was very Halloween. Just when I was going through stuff, and I don't think I ever really wore it very much. So. Well, thank you, Jamie. She loves the whole outfit. This hat was painted by Annabelle Lecter.
It was.
And I thought it's our last show before Halloween. Excuse me, our last Thursday show anyway. Maybe we'll do some live streaming this weekend. So I thought it would be a good time to blow up.
I think that's a great idea.
Satanic Hispanics is great. We're going to have some other people on the show coming soon.
Very good. I'm hoping we can get one of the directors who made which one was it? Bingo Hell.
Oh, Gigi Salguero.
I love that movie so much.
Now Gigi, I had on the show several times before she really blew up. Because I really loved her shorts, and so it's been very cool to see her do a lot since then.
Yeah.
And I think we could do it because I promised her years ago when we started, because she was never on the video show, and when we started doing video, the idea was we were all going to do a show with Lucha Mouse on, and so
nice.
So maybe we can make that happen.
I like this person. Well, she made Bingo Hell. I love that movie. I don't understand the rating on IMDb. It's stupid. The movie's awesome. If you haven't seen Bingo Hell, see it. It's great.
Yeah, no, she's awesome. First thing I ever saw, she did a short, Elegante. It's a lucha libre wrestling horror short. It's great. And then she's been killing it the last few years. So it's really happy to see. I'm really happy to see that. And she's super nice. Very
I mean,
talented and super nice.
sounds
So,
cool.
yeah. She
I guess
also
cool
did.
isn't always nice.
No,
So
she did part.
she did both.
She was on Satanic Hispanics, and she also did one of the shorts in the new VHS that
Oh,
just came on Shudder, which I thought was great. I think it's maybe my favorite of the VHS films.
interesting.
I really liked it, and I'm normally not really huge on those, to be honest, but I really liked this one. VHS
I remember we watched one
84
together
or
a
something.
million years ago, and it was like,
Yeah, it wasn't real big. This was the newest one. It's very gory and weird. It's really good. I liked it a lot. I would recommend it. It's very long, which doesn't bother me, but I know some people are anti-long movies lately. It's over 2 hours, but it doesn't matter to me. I saw they're doing I know it's not horror related, but they're at some theaters that they put in an 8-minute intermission in the new Scorsese film.
really?
Yeah.
I'm
Which
not
I think it's cool.
at all.
No, I like it. That's fine.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine. Actually, Charles Band. Oh, hello, Neil.
I like that.
Charles Band brought up the too long movie and to bring back intermissions. So
Right.
maybe someone was watching without your head with Charles Band, like, you know what? We're gonna take action on that plan.
Yeah. We have to. We got to get Jamie Hill back on too. We'll think of something to do with her.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'll be a fun time.
it is an awesome hat, Vic. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. I'm very proud of that hat.
Oh, I love it. I thought about it too late, but because we would like to do a list show again, and we had the witch stuff going on. Favorite witch movies would be a fun list.
I agree. And then there's that whole, is it a witch movie?
Exactly. People can
Like,
argue.
you question if Rosemary's Baby is a witch movie. It's like
Some people say
over and over again.
I've got my costume ready. Is it a warlock costume? It is to me. We'll find out. Yeah.
Are you gonna be a character?
No.
Okay. I was like, well, that would be silly if you were like a character.
No, it's just it's stuff that I'm wearing to be a warlock.
Got it. Very cool.
It'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I always have a good time.
Yeah. Sometimes every once in a while I have to totally pull a costume out of my ass, and this is gonna be one of those years. But the Joker I pulled out of my ass.
Yeah, and that looked great.
Sounds
That's one of my
really
favorite
strange.
things. I'm glad you decided to do the pictures because to do the costumes because when I look back and see, over these years, it's like, it's really cool, Yeah.
Costumes are. If I don't have a Halloween costume on Halloween, something's wrong. What?
By the way, speaking of costumes,
yes.
With it pulling out your ass. This is short notice, I know, but all you people out there, you're probably not wearing your costume yet. You're probably wearing it this weekend at Halloween. So make sure you get pictures of it because the return of the Without Your Head Halloween and pumpkin carving costume contest is back. We don't have a ton of prizes, but I do have several Blu-rays and DVD horror movies. That'll be fun. So you get a collection of horror movies that have been sent in from. I have a few right here, but I have a whole bunch upstairs. Just for example, here is this Blu-ray of. We got a couple of them. This movie, The Tank, which looks pretty cool. About someone stunk it.
Oh, creepy.
Yeah.
It's not like a military tank. It's being in a tank. I don't like that at all.
Right.
I mean, it's probably great, and I don't like it because it's scary.
Yeah, and these are all be sealed. It's not like that would be fun too if I gave out stuff I watched. But these are all sealed, brand new Blu-rays, and some will be DVDs. And real quick,
yes,
you will also get a downloadable. The two winners will each get downloadable music from Sam Haines, his new CD. Who someone over here did the artwork.
I did. I've done it for, I think, 3 years now, plus a single. Yeah, I believe that's the case.
Todd's excited. I want that Blu-ray. Need the slipcover. Well, Todd, get a costume together or carve yourself a pumpkin and send in some photos.
And so should people indicate whether or not they want a DVD or a Blu-ray? Because not everybody has.
Yes. I'm not sure how many I'd have to see but that would be a good idea. Yeah.
Oh, you could see my hand.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was always very, very fun. So those pictures will go up on, do you think not just the Facebook group? Do you think they'll go up?
I think we'll put them right on the website too. We should start doing that. Maybe I'll try to go back in time and start putting all stuff up on the website too.
Yeah.
It'd take a little while, but if I did a few a week, it could be doable. Jamie Hill, I love the Wizard of Oz. Does that count? I say yes. 100%.
But he wasn't magical.
Huh?
He wasn't magical.
No, the Wizard of Oz movie, because the witches.
Oh yeah, there are witches.
Yes,
yeah. I agree.
Some of the best witches of TV. I actually even asked the group this, and we got a lot of response.
Really?
Yeah. Favorite witches. You want to hear them?
Favorite witches. Yes, let's hear it.
So this, by the way, people, if you're listening on wherever you're listening, join the group, facebook.com/group/withoutyourheadhorror.
Before moving on to kind of like, I feel like making it clear of people that submit your stuff, it's not just going to go to Neil and disappear. Like you will get like, and maybe if it's a reasonable amount, maybe we could show them during the show.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Could we go through it and be like, boom, 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 here's all the cool entries we
I think
had.
that would be a great thing to do next week.
Yeah. And then it could be the winner.
Yeah, I love it.
We have had, are you still cool with the young people? Young people, like AJ had submitted.
Yeah.
It's amazing. His child.
Well, what the hell? You like, you asked me if I hate kids now or something?
No, but it's different. If you're like, here's my child's costume, some people might be like, that's not you. They're not a member.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm fine. I personally totally fine with that.
Yes, but if I think one year we were like, because people were sending stuff, we didn't actually know if it was them or not.
Right.
It's to like put like a little tag or.
Yeah, I do think, and I don't really want to mention. I don't really want to mention her anymore on the show. But someone who won years ago, I don't believe it was actually her. It was makeup she did on Just a Friend of hers.
Well,
but your kid, I think, is different.
I don't think that's terrible. I don't know.
All right, so here we go. Here we go.
We just need to know what's yours.
Right.
It's not about the like most professional perfection. Like we take into account not everybody in the world is like this stellar.
Yeah, we're going by creativity and fun. So like if you're a professional, like obviously like it looks great, but so don't worry if you're not a professional costume designer or pumpkin carver. We're gonna grade on fun, and so it'll be me, Annabelle, and Troy will judge these. Maybe we'll get some other judges in here.
So if anybody was here earlier to listen to Eduardo's story about the grandfather who carved Star Wars cups and the grandchildren rejected them, give us that. Like that's what we're looking for. Like Eduardo appreciates the very well-intentioned, full of love Star Wars cups, and that's we will take that into account. No, Dave. Look at this.
He's just joshing.
See that? Post that up. Never.
He's just joshing because he knows if he did that. I do a lot of shadow boxing on the other shows I mentioned.
You've mentioned this.
I'm going to just take a picture of someone wearing something rad and tell you it's me. I'll be able to tell. I know that dead man.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be like, I don't know, Dave. I got my Dave radar.
Dave Dar.
Mm-hmm. This sounds creepy. He sends me photos of him all the time, so I know what he looks like.
All the time?
Yeah, we talk on the IG.
Oh. So is he sending them to you?
Yeah, well, the Without Your Head.
On Instagram.
Yeah. I don't have a personal Instagram. I'm on there as Without Your Head.
So yeah, if anybody has any questions about the contest stuff, just ask Neil. I'm not around enough. It's not like I have a hatred for people. I'm just not. I'm not dependable as a person to go to and
She
ask
hates
questions.
people. No.
Some
So
people, but even then, I want the best for them. At the end
Keith
of the day.
Lakian Powell, his favorite witch movie is The Seeds of Satan.
Seeds. Okay, I gotta look this up because
do
I
not know
have
this
had a
movie.
lot more weird horror stuff through Tubi. Tubi's playing all kinds of political ads. I'm just gonna throw out there. I don't know who else is sick of that crap, but I am. Seeds of Satan. Just throwing that out there. Oh, Seeds of Satan is new.
Oh, really?
It's 2023. Is the person that wrote it the creator? What's their name? What's the name of the person?
Well, let me grab this. Keith Lakian Powell.
It's his movie.
Oh, well, I appreciate the boldness.
I love it. I love it.
I like it too.
That's awesome. So Seeds of Satan. I'm so glad I looked this up.
Yes.
When a witch spreads the seeds of Satan onto the world, the final survivors must get to the holy ground with the child of God before it's too late.
Creepy. By the way, speaking of the IG, I just got a message. So, I'm gonna play this video after we go over these witches. It's Joe's review of The Well, which looks awesome. This movie looks awesome. And so the filmmaker is really appreciative of the review. He liked it on. He commented on YouTube, commented on Instagram. Several of the stars commented on Instagram, and so I messaged him. I was like, "Glad to watch." But anyway, long story short, he wants to come on the show. So
nice.
I'm excited about this.
Awesome.
This movie looks wild.
I'm excited to learn more.
Let's see.
Now I really want to see this movie.
Adam Freeman just says, "I love witch."
Like The Witch?
I don't know.
Todd is all about witching and bitching.
Is that a movie?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I've seen it, but I've seen the cover of it. Actually, the Seeds of Satan poster art, whatever, is it's pretty wild.
Seeds of Satan.
But yeah, bitching and witching, or witching and bitching, whichever one it is. Witching and bitching. I haven't seen it.
All right, well, Seeds of Satan guy, if you'd like, if maybe Todd will review this movie for you if you want.
2013. Oh, whoa, that looks cool. Gang of armed robbers finds a safe haven in a secluded village crammed with witches only to encounter the bizarre. Oh, witches only to encounter the bizarre, the unexpected, and the occult. Can they save themselves and the rest of the world from the next witch apocalypse? And then there's another summary. In the crowded streets of Madrid, I like this one already. It's very intense. A gang of armed robbers disguised as street performers attempt to escape jail after robbing a gold exchange pawn shop. With the help of a reluctant taxi driver, the bandits head to the safety of the borders. However, when night arrives, the only safe haven is deep in the woods of the secluded and notorious village of Zugaramurdi, a dark place known for some witch activity in the past, but in a place crammed with witches of all sorts, and after numerous encounters with the bizarre, the unexpected, and the occult, the clumsy thieves will have to learn fast the ways of the coven if they want to save themselves and the rest of the world from the next witch apocalypse. But are they up to the job?
I feel like I need to do my research on witch movies before we do this list, because some of these sound pretty wild. And apparently Dave Deadman loves it. And that I Love the Witch is a reference to the movie, I assume.
I feel like the cover is the poster art is unhelpful. because I don't find it appealing. It's just this older woman with scary face turned upside down. It's just her face. I don't find it I don't think it sells the movie. Like, as I watch the trailer, there's like
I remember when this came out now, because I remember getting but I don't think I ever watched it.
Silver painted Jesus with a gun.
Yeah, it looks kind of childish, I think.
Sweet. Whoa. Wow, this movie looks amazing. All right. This is now.
Yeah. All right, so this is going on the list. We're going to have to seek this one out.
Yes, and it's on Tubi. So be prepared for your intense, over and over and over the same political ad a million times.
What kind of political ad is it?
It's a presidential campaign ad.
Okay. Emma Dark, my friend Emma Dark from London.
Yeah.
She was at my premiere. It was very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Has always volunteered to be to show me around London.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And because I'm an ass, I've never taken up on this. But Mystics in Bali. I have never heard of this movie either.
Mystics in Bali.
Mystics in Bali has the best witch ever, she says.
In Bali. Are you compiling a list, sir?
I am actually writing these down.
1981, I'm already on board because I really like older horror. Like, off the bat, even if it's shit.
Yes.
Objectively speaking, if it's shit.
They usually have a charm to them. Yeah. Wow, that one's a cool poster art.
Is awesome.
Yeah, now the poster art on it is cool.
Poster art, yes. Cover art. I don't know what my brain is doing. Researching a book that takes her to Bali and the black magic cult of Liek. Kathy meets an evil witch. I think that would be who. Evil witch who promises to train her in the dark arts. Tricked, Kathy is turned into a penanggalan? A flying... Whoa, I can't... This plot gives the whole thing away. I can't read the rest of it. She's tricked. No, don't read the summaries like I just did.
We're just going to have to go into this movie. It sounds insane. The poster art's crazy.
Yes. I don't know if you read it. Don't read it. But it sounds real fucking weird. This is not normal vampire. I don't know if it's a cultural thing to Bali, but it's wicked weird.
Yeah. So we're at I don't know where that one is, but we're going to try to find it. Jason just adds Emma Dark. It's her laugh that gets me, in reference to the Mystic in Bali. So this has got me interested. Ian Taylor has a few. He says, City of the Dead.
City of the Dead. That sounds super familiar. City of the Dead, I think,
sounds like an Italian horror movie, but
no, I don't think so.
I think that's City of the Undead.
Maybe it is. Maybe I'm thinking of a different one. The one I'm thinking of has Christopher Lee in it, but that might be wrong. There's so many of these older ones that have titles that are almost exactly the same.
Yeah, this is Christopher Lee.
City of the Dead, Horror Hotel. Yes. Okay. Yeah, there's a cult. There's a hotel. A girl goes to do research there on witches, and she gets pulled into things. This is me saying this. This isn't like an actual description. I should read the description. It's probably much better than me just attempting. A young college student arrives in a sleepy Massachusetts town to research witchcraft. During her stay at an eerie inn, she discovers a startling secret about the town and its inhabitants. That's pretty vague. It's got Christopher Lee in it, so be sold on that. Another one that's available on Tubi. It's available on a ton of different things, but Tubi's easy because it's not a subscription anybody has to get. So for
right.
Yeah. Oh dang, there's all kinds of stuff here now. What else we got?
Night of the Eagle.
Night of the Eagle. Oh.
I like that you folks are really digging deep here. You're not just saying, the ones that everyone thinks of right away. This is also a 60s film.
Yes.
More cool poster art.
So this synopsis is a sentence. A woman who may be a witch defends her husband from forces attempting to harm him. That is a real shit synopsis. It's not helpful. So, all right, let me see this. Night of the Eagle. Charms. No. No. Oh my goodness. Ugh. What are you doing over there, Neil Jones?
I'm just replying to Eduardo Sanchez that we enjoyed his interview.
Oh, so this one is based on a book. Conjure Wife? Interesting. Was that an alternative? Conjure Wife, Burn Witch Burn, and Night of the Eagle.
Wow, it's got many different names. Interesting.
And then this one says a skeptical college professor discovers that his wife has been practicing magic for years, but apparently these are all the same movie, 1962, from the United Kingdom.
Witchcraft.
There's a lot going on there.
Witchcraft. No, I don't. I don't know. I kind of think there's probably more than one witchcraft movie, but maybe not. 1988 Witchcraft. That must be it.
I think it was a follow-up to, it followed the Witch Board movie, I believe.
I don't know. This is from 1988.
Yeah, Witch Board before that. Oh, there's a Witchcraft from 1964 as well.
Oh, well, he's got a lot of 60s ones, so that might be it. I'm not sure.
So, yeah, it was 1998, 1964, 2020, 1999, a miniseries in 1992.
Yeah, we're not sure which one you mean there, Ian, but since the other two are from the 60s, I'm going to say 60s, but I'm not positive.
And then there's a TV movie from 1961.
And I assume they're all about witches.
Probably.
And then also a movie that I assume will have many different things pop up. A movie called Terror.
Terror. Well, maybe these are all, like you said, in that. Is it The Terror or just Terror?
He just has Terror, but I do see a 1963 movie called The Terror, which it could be.
There is another one called Terror. The descendants of a witch hunting family and their close friends are stalked and killed by mysterious.
That's probably it from 78.
Yeah, and the art for that is pretty. I like it.
Yeah.
That is one that you can. It looks like you can only rent on Amazon. You could probably get it on Prime, I'm assuming too.
Well, thank you, Ian, though, for suggesting ones that I would not have thought of.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Jamie here says, I love the movie The Craft. Very good.
Of our time, of our era. I think we're similar age.
Summary still doesn't prepare you from what's contained.
I gotta see this movie. I wonder if they'll have. Should we wait? I mean, not that like I've got time to watch a movie in the next day before we go. I wonder what they'll have if that would be included. I'm so curious.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Maybe wait till Saturday because who knows what they. Because a lot of times they show some really stuff out of the box. Good one here from Dave Deadman, Hellbender.
Hellbender.
I'm a huge fan.
Wonderful movie from the Addams Family. Neil, you've had them on once?
3 times. 3
times. Good God, that's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Yeah, very super nice people. I talked to them a lot. I talked to Zelda recently because we missed her at in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
But we were leaving early and she was coming in a little bit later. But that's the way it works out. But their new movie's gonna be playing at the Brattle in November.
Yeah.
It's very exciting.
Is that?
It's actually playing like over 3 days, so we'll have to look.
We'll have to find out more.
Yeah. Yes. That's not far away, I guess, November now that I think about it. So we will have to look.
It's like a week.
Lanzifer Longinus
How do you
said
spell that?
Lanzifer. No, this is a person's name. This is what they're suggesting.
Oh, okay.
They're suggesting The Last Valley.
That's a really interesting name.
Yes.
Last Valley, 1971. Has Michael Caine in it? During the 30 Years' War of the 1600s, a band of Protestant mercenaries peacefully coexist with German Catholic villagers in a hidden, idyllic mountain valley untouched by war. That maybe there's witches in there. The description, I would think if you have witches in a movie, you would talk about it.
Yeah, you would think so. So I don't know.
Interesting.
I am interested.
Huh.
Shannon Wallen just says so many. That's nice, Shannon, but come on, that's a cop out. You can pick him up. I like Shannon. He's a good guy.
War. All right. So it does say in a review of this. I don't know why they wouldn't put this in there. Reviews Last Valley, multiple themes of war, of peace, war, religion, and witchcraft. A well-told story, gorgeous to look at. The valley itself is breathtaking. Haunting musical theme. Interesting. All right. I'm fascinated. It's got great reviews.
All right. So
great reviews.
So this will be in the future when we do our top 13 because we're gonna have to do some research on a lot of these movies. Sophia Calciol, Valerie and Her Week of Wonders.
You know who recommended that to me is Kevin Van Hentenreich.
Really?
And I still haven't watched it. I have it.
Wow.
I found it. It's in my PC. Because I have, like, you and I are the only people left on the planet with a tower PC. You have a tower, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the tower because it actually is it has a lot more power and stuff.
There's a lot of options in it.
They're a lot cheaper.
They're cheaper. They're more customizable. You can add stuff to. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've added stuff to mine. I've added bigger
like graphics cards and
the I forget what you even call it, the stationary what is it, the stationary hard drive, whatever.
That's solid state.
Yeah, that's by far the best. Yeah. I just updated my graphic card because apparently mine was very old, and I was like, I hope this doesn't destroy my computer. It took a long time, and oh my God, knock on wood, it's so fast now. I was very happy.
Is that the computer you've had for like years and years and years?
No, it's a nice computer. No, it's a nice computer. But it's way faster than when I got it. It's incredibly fast. It still is rendering videos, but it's even more incredibly faster.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very nice. Very nice.
Big sentence. More incredibly faster.
It is. It's incredibly faster. It came in handy to do Severed Limbs because that's a beast to put together, Severed Limbs.
Yeah.
And I was happy to have the graphics card all up to date. Thanks everyone who came. Severed Limbs was really fun.
Yeah.
A lot of people sending cool stuff. A lot of people came and watched the movies, which I was happy to see.
Mm-hmm.
I like when the filmmakers come and not just watch their own movies, they come and watch everyone's, and that was very nice.
That was nice.
It was a good time. And happy to announce Troy is back to the drawn, and he did a new logo for Severed Limbs 15 that will be coming in January. And so I have the shirt coming because I bought myself one. Let's see. Paul Kunelis.
Troy, what the hell? Is this Troy's schedule change?
Yeah, he works really bad times. He works from 11 to 7, which kind of takes his entire day.
Yeah,
especially around here because when he gets out, everything's like closed, so you can't really do anything. So
11 to 7, 11 in the morning to 7 at night?
Yeah.
That's cool if you're like a partier because you can go out to the bar and then be smashed and wake up late.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not.
Well, I guess there are a couple of bars that are open late, but we can't even really go out to eat or anything because by the time he gets out and we go somewhere, like everything's closed and all the malls are closed really early here. It's very weird.
Well, because you're in the freaking. It's
not.
I
don't even mean heat like in Sandwich, but I mean like in the cities around Hyannis and stuff, which has a lot of tourists, but everything closes so early.
Doesn't the Cape basically just turn off when it's off season?
No, I mean, when I grew up, that we had like 24 hours McDonald's, like in Sagamore,
Oh yeah, that's
and
right.
and I mean, stuff used to be open fairly late, but
That sounds. It seems like that changed with COVID.
yeah, and it never really went
It
back.
really, yeah.
Cape Cod Mall is super busy. It's one of the most, like, for some reason, I don't really know why. It's basically the same stores you go anywhere, but it's always been this like prestigious thing. People drive down from Boston and all these things to go to the Cape Cod Mall. I used to hear the jingle. It's the heart of the Cape Cod Mall. And yeah, I'm not sure why it's so important to anybody, but
Wow.
it's always packed, but they close at like 6 or something.
I don't know why I'm so fucking tickled by that jingle.
It's not an exciting jingle. It's like
Did.
I don't know why that would get someone excited to go to the mall.
How the elders get their exercise nowadays, apparently, which I
Oh,
think
that's
is a
true. I remember when my uncle he used to, it doesn't matter, but when he retired, then he got a part-time job at a mall, and he used to always have to get in and let the mall walkers in.
Yeah. Yep. Well, what do we have? Any more?
Yes. Paul Kunelis, the witch, which spoiler alert, will not make my list. Black
will not
not make spoiler alert, when we do the witch top 13 films, the witch will not be making my list.
Wow. I'm
I
so
have serious
curious.
issues with that.
You don't like it?
Not particularly. And I
I
don't think it's a great movie, and I also have really big issues with the movie itself.
Interesting. Can we talk about that after you do the list? I'm very curious.
Yeah, I'll talk about it right now if you want, but
yeah, all right. What's
all right?
The issues with the movie itself.
My biggest issue with the movie The Witch. Now it looks cool and all this stuff. I have a problem with any movie, especially of that era, that takes place in that era, where the witches are real and they're evil, because that takes away from the actual evil that happened in reality of the witch trials. Because if the witches were real and they were evil, then the people who hunted the witches and killed them were right. They were justified and they're doing the right thing. So I think that's lame to begin with. The girl who is seduced by the witchcraft, there's no seduction at all. All she sees is a vile, disgusting creature who kills her whole family. And I see people who say that and then it just comes one night, oh, you'll live deliciously. She's like, sold. I'll sell my soul to the devil. And then I see people who say it's a feminist movie and it's empowering the women. It's not. I say bullshit to that, because she sells her soul to the male devil.
Exactly. The male devil has a
tricks
cult
the woman.
Women. That's what Manson did. Like, you have a cult of. That's what cult leaders do. They brainwash.
So they could go float naked out in the woods.
Yeah.
And he's got their eternal souls.
Yeah, that's just silly. There's women in it. That's
right.
Yeah.
No. So I'm not a big fan of the movie. It looks pretty.
I liked it myself. But I think that one point is really true. And I do think it is funny that she's just like flipped. And I don't know, maybe she's just pushed to her.
A movie that does not have nearly the love, and I'm not saying it's the greatest film ever made or anything, but Gretel and Hansel does a much better job of showing someone seduced to become a witch. He also says Black Sunday.
Oh, classic movie. Black Sunday. Oh, that's such a creepy picture.
Yeah, Black Sundays. I'll be honest, I saw this for the first time not that long ago. I think it was during the pandemic. I watched it for the first time.
Really? I would not be surprised if he plays this. A vengeful witch and her fiendish servant return from the grave and begin a bloody campaign to possess the body of the witch's beautiful look-alike descendant.
I have a Black Sunday shirt. I used to wear it on Sundays, and then I got some not so happy people. So.
Who? In your community?
There's people honestly, I never had an issue until the last few years with anyone caring about any of this stuff.
Was it when you
it's not my imagination. I've had people stop me walking around and be like, "Whoa." I was wearing the Museum of Death hat one day, and a guy stopped me in a pickup, and I always have earbuds on or headphones, so I'm oblivious. I could just tell someone's yelling at me, and I was like, "What?" And he was like, "What's that on your hat?" Pizza. He thought it was the pizza of death. I was like, "What?" I shouldn't even know what hat I was wearing because it was just something. I was like, I forgot. So I forgot for a minute. I was like, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?" Then I was like, "Oh, the Museum of Death." I was like, "Oh yeah, it's this place out in L.A. And you think that's appropriate to wear? You think?" I was like, "Whatever, man." And so I just kept walking, and he just kept yelling at me. This was in Sandwich. My mom has gotten people yelling at her for wearing. I gave her my old Krampus sweater, and she wore that. And she was actually kind of like sad because like people was complaining about that.
Was that at the Encore?
No, it was at our local bingo.
Well, I think there's a very conservative crowd that tends to go to bingo.
There is a rise in the country of like, it's almost like the return of Satanic Panic, I would say. I've never seen, we shouldn't go down this road, but I never heard people talking about Moloch and people who think like half the world is Satanists, and there's some really nutty things out there. Anyway, a more pleasant thing, Fear Street 1666. By the way, I took a picture of this. I saw a big Mack truck today, and it was, I won't say the whole license plate, but it ended in 666, and I took a picture and I sent it to somebody. I was like, it's the truck of Satan.
One of my clients, that's part of their phone number, and I don't dare say anything because I don't know how they'll feel about it. Fear Street this is part 3. I don't want part 3. That's silly.
No. That was 1663. That was 1663 movies ago.
Well, maybe that is the one because part 3 is that. The other one.
I see.
Years.
Yeah. Well, what if it really was just a coincidence and it was the 1666 film in the series?
That would be too many.
That would be like the Amityville movies.
Oh
but
God.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm being stupid.
Oh, you're fine.
Fear Street, part 3, 1666.
Yes, the origins.
These were on.
What's that?
These are on Netflix movies, I believe.
Yeah, streaming on Netflix. The origins of Sarah Fier's curse are finally revealed as history comes full circle on a night that changes the lives of shady siders forever. This seems. Oh, that's a scary death. This seems really familiar. An unspeakable evil has cast its unholy shadow over Union, the original settlement before its division into Sunnyvale and Shadyside, ushering in a new era of misfortune and terror. In the aftermath of the brutal mall killings in Fear Street Part 1, 1994, Dina finds herself plagued by vivid, blood-curdling visions of death and decay, forcing Cindy Berman, the only one who saw the sorceress and survived, after the bloody Camp Nightwing massacre in Fear Street Part 2, 1978, to step in. That is a big fucking sentence. Now there is no turning back, and until the body and hand unite, no one is safe from the fiery curse of damned Sarah Fier. But evil has no boundaries. What will it take to rid Shadyside of the witch's sin?
I knew someone who went shopping at the Piggly Wiggly and their bill came to $6.66. They were so freaked out they never shopped there again.
That is.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I've always heard that in casinos they have the machine set up so they won't be 666.
Interesting.
They wouldn't be freaking any folks out.
Yeah. I feel like I worked somewhere and it came out to 666 and the person got like a candy bar or something at the register. So it wouldn't
like
be.
As a bonus?
I think it's a more like if you were going to be having feelings about that number, I think that's a much better way to handle it. Just buy a candy bar. Take control of your life. Buy that candy bar or pack of Altoids.
I just want to set prices at 666. Be an ass, but
Neil has sold his soul. See, now I feel like if you were going to sell your soul for material shit on Earth, like I don't get that at all. I don't understand that. I don't get why anyone would do that.
But what if you could sell your soul so you could dance naked in the forest with some other women?
And float! And float!
Yeah. And float. I forgot floating.
Floating! And sing a scary song together.
I just saw a mouse over here.
Nice.
The Wicker Man! Antonio Padilla.
Yes. Awesome. I love the Wicker Man. I finally did see the Nicolas Cage Wicker Man. Yep. You got a mouse in the house?
2 of them.
Ooh, then
I'm in the basement.
You probably have more than 2.
Yeah, I'm in the basement. Even in the summer, I see little field mice run around here. It's not bad. Yeah.
You need that. You need Gus. You need to open that
Gus
hole.
isn't around lately, so I see him outside, but he's not around in the house anymore. So.
Yeah, he knows. He knows he's not welcome. He knows. How was I saying? I don't understand why someone would sell their soul. Like, if you're even selling your soul, then you know souls exist. Like, if you're getting a deal from Satan, then you know that that's a real thing. So once you know that that's real, then wouldn't you be like, wow, that'll be cool to be here for like 40 years or whatever of being rich and whatever. And then you're eternally fucked. Like, why would anyone do that? I don't understand why that's appealing. The Faustian, like, people that play, who is it? The devil in shit. A blues player. Like, dude, I get that life is rough, but think about the future. But anyways.
David North.
Yes.
He has The Craft, which was brought up by Jamie. The Witches of Eastwick.
That's a fun movie.
It is a fun movie.
That was filmed in my father's hometown. Rest in peace, father.
One that I'm going to stand behind. I know, Annabelle, I brought it up one other time as movies that might be playing, and I think you kind of know, but I think it's one of the greatest witches in movies is from Pumpkinhead.
Yeah.
It's a pretty awesome witch. Although it is not the focus of the movie, it's a great witch. The movie Warlock. I've not seen it for many years. I saw it I remember seeing it when it first came out at the theater.
Yeah, okay. I will give it.
I'm not.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll play that because
because he's passed away, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's so
the
sad.
Original Witches.
Is that the title of it? The Original Witches?
No, The Witches. The original one when I was a kid, he says.
The Witches, like the Roald Dahl book?
I believe so.
Angelica. I never remember if it's Huston or Houston. Is it? I've never seen that, and I love Roald Dahl. I don't know why I never saw it.
Yeah, I don't think I have either, to be honest. And I don't think I saw the new one either, which a lot of people just hated.
The storyline: a recently orphaned young boy is taken to a seaside hotel in England by his grandmother, who is recuperating after an illness. Also staying at their hotel is a group of witches who have gathered to prepare a plot to rid England of all children. The story, I've read the story. I love Roald Dahl books. Yeah, so tagline, saving the world from witches is a tall order from a boy they've turned into a mouse. Did you see the movie Matilda?
Yes.
That is the same author
Mm-hmm.
who came up with Matilda, came up with witches. So I don't know if it's as good as Matilda. It would be a tall order.
What's this? Vic Schiavone. The ending of The Devil and Miss Jones freaked me out.
Miss Jones.
That's a pornographic X-rated movie there.
Is it The Devil and Mrs. Jones, I think, isn't it?
No, it's The Devil and Miss Jones.
Is it?
That's from an era where when they were making porn films that were also like considered artistic.
There is a Devil and Miss Jones that's from 1941.
I think it's
The Devil in Miss Jonas is from 1974. Miss Jonas, prone to a decadent life. What the fuck even kind of sentence is that? Marilyn is a young nymphomaniac who condemned to death by a kind of tribunal. Who wrote this? Kind of tribunal, kind of like kind of sorta. She arrives in hell and is greeted by the devil himself. He discovers, however, she's arrived too early and she's sent back to Earth for a final day of pleasure. Her friends are confused but expecting hell anyway. She's determined to really deserve it. All right.
It's available on X Hamster.
All right, I get the gist.
And I cannot share Google imagery when I look that up. It's definitely not going to fly on the show. I'll have to take this whole. I'll have to go back into training with you two.
Bad child training.
Bayonetta, an anime.
Bayonetta what?
Todd Yeager is also available on X Hamster.
Bayonetta. I've got a few of them, but it looks like some of them are video games. So 2013 Bayonetta Bloody Fate, which every time I see like a semicolon after a name, Bayonetta Bloody Fate, I think that there's another Bayonetta that's just Bayonetta. But this one, the witch Bayonetta wakes from a 500-year slumber on the bottom of a lake with no memories and battles hordes of angels to rediscover her past. It's an anime. Looks really cool. Whoa, I just saw it. Oh, there's like a trailer playing and someone's head just got like totally blown off in this amazing. This is really cool looking. I don't always like anime either. This looks pretty cool. All right, I would give this a chance. Definitely. All right.
Tazo suggests The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Well, the classic cartoon or the more modern.
Yeah, the kind of lame movies version. They're not that great.
Who is it? Kate Blanchett?
I'm not sure.
No, is it? No, it's that Tilda Swinton.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I read the books in school. I always liked them.
Me too.
Tazo also says the witch mongering piece of crap Neil has me blocked on all my accounts. That's not true because I can read this.
Yeah. On all the accounts. Oh.
Well, how many accounts does the man have?
He says, okay. Oh, okay. I'm not blocked. Thanks, Neil. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. The cartoon there's no comparison between the book and the cartoon, but I remember the cartoon from childhood, so I love it. And it's very sad, and it makes me emotional to this day. When Aslan gets shaved.
Tazo is mad that we didn't visit him in Brooklyn. That's where he's from.
Is it? Mm-hmm. We couldn't visit anybody.
Yeah, we didn't have time.
So many people. Bill Whedon. I would love. I know Bill. Like, not that I wouldn't want to see. I'm not a bride of Satan. I'm not a Satanist, and that's like in overall. Like, I know I have a lot of friends.
Tazo's like he's obsessed with Moloch and all this stuff.
Yeah, I am not.
He thinks everyone's a Satanist.
No, I'm not. I'm not into that. And that's fine if other people are Luciferians and whatever. That's not my life.
Yeah, but Tazo thinks Satanists are like in the movies and they're, burning people and stuff.
Probably not most of them. I'm sure that there are serial killers and the occasional cult where people get this. Like when we went to the Museum of Death, and which one was it?
Well, I mean, Richard Ramirez is, but I mean, it's not like there was like the Richard Ramirez Church or something where all these people.
Yeah. But that guy was like, if there were a demonic human, dude was mad demonic. That guy was.
That's always weird, and he's a recurring character in the American Horror Story shows, and that's fine, and I'm not a person who ever yells about romanticizing something evil, whether that's a mafia movie or whatever, but. That one actually, when I watch it, they make him really like good looking, which he's a creepy. I guess he was charismatic, but he was a creepy. I've watched a lot. 'Cause I like true crime stuff. I've watched lots of things about him. People who met him said he like smelled and he had bad like he's not like this guy that people are in love with. And then, but they make him like this handsome dude that that all the women are like in love with on the American Horror Story all the time. And it's very weird.
I mean, I think a lot of the characters in American Horror are sexualized. I think there are a lot of them that's just.
But this is like a real dude, so it's kind of weird,
Yeah, it is weird.
Yes. Anton LaVey regretted his entire life at the end. I mean, the dude was. That's a bad example because that guy was like a charlatan basically. Like he was like a gimmick. He didn't really believe this stuff.
Him and L. Ron Hubbard hang out and have conversations about how to basically scam people.
Yeah, I mean that guy was just like a gimmick dude. Dude
freaking looks like Merciless Ming.
Right. That was not a guy I like to take seriously.
And that's the thing, Tazo, is like I am very interested in religions and beliefs and all this culty stuff. LaVey made Satanism that wasn't about Satan, that introduced a new idea of what that meant, and that was not. I think in terms of like Christianity, still not good because it was basically like I look at that as it's a belief that you should always put yourself first. And if people are good to you, then you're good to them. But if people wrong you, then you like come back at them so strong. It's very, very intense belief system that I'm sure he bought into, because the idea is to be like libertine.
Yeah, it's not like what you think. It's not like a Satanist from a movie. It's not someone who's sacrificing babies.
No, they were not sacrificing babies. He was just getting hot chicks to have sex with. Like so many cults are like that.
Right.
And whatever. Yeah, yes, Tazo. Interesting.
Drag Me to Hell.
Oh, that's
I'm a big fan.
Movie. I just rewatched that not very long ago. It's so good.
I think it's a great movie. It's very fun. It's also one of my go-to movies when people complain about PG-13 horror, that it's got no place in the world. And now I've seen movies that were clearly edited down to be PG-13, and I do think it hurt them to try to get a wider release. But you can make effective horror movies that are PG-13, and that's a good example. Honestly, all the Universal monsters are probably PG or
definitely
less.
Yeah.
I think even Jaws is PG.
Is it?
Yeah. Dang. They didn't have PG-13 at that time, though.
Oh. Well, I saw in your rating system you played the other day at the festival that there was a PG-13 rating, but it wasn't called PG-13 at that time.
It was like GP.
Yeah.
Which it doesn't exist anymore.
Where was that at? Where is that at? Did they take it away and decide they?
Well, they kind of made it PG, I guess. See that PG. People think that means for kids, and it doesn't. That just means that you need a parental guidance to watch it.
So parents need to make the choices what they want their kids to do. You know what was PG-13? Little Shop of Horrors, and I wasn't allowed to go to it. That sucked. But then I ended up seeing it anyways.
Oh yeah, that's great.
So good.
Hail Satan, hail Satan. Ghoulies. I need to rewatch Ghoulies. I did not think that was a witch movie. I could be completely wrong.
I've never seen Ghoulies.
I have, but not for many, many years.
I think, wasn't Ghoulies, it had like one coming up out of the toilet in the picture on the cover?
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't watch that. I had too many weird, like, speaking of Jaws and the phobias that Eduardo was talking about earlier, water and me, it's like, it doesn't matter. Now I don't have to worry about the toilet. I'm not phobic of my toilet.
Right.
But as a child.
God.
What are they doing?
I guess they're just running back and forth across the thing over there. I don't know what they're doing. They're just two little field mice. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Maybe they're mating or something. Or maybe they're just running around having fun. I don't know. But what was I going to say? Oh, do you remember the guy who had what was it? Evil Puppets? And he was an animator for South Park.
Yeah.
So at a convention we were at in Charlotte, which a lot of crazy things happened. But so the last day we were there, and what he would do, he won't care. This is many, many years ago. He would go and he would buy a toilet at like a Home Depot or whatever.
Anthony.
So he would go and buy a toilet at a Home Depot to set up his Ghoulies display. And then at the end of the festival, he would return it. So, because you can't travel with the toilet.
No, I think
and he's not going to buy a whole toilet and then you can't fly it back to LA. So
no damage, maybe.
Right. No, yeah, it was because it wasn't used. It was just sitting there with the ghoulie. It's good for pictures. Yeah. So the last day, he's like, Neil, will you help me bring this back? I was like, yeah, sure. So we're wheeling it through the convention. We bring it outside because it's very heavy. It's a toilet. Mm-hmm. And then we're just standing there. And he eventually said, oh, so you're going to pull up your car or what? And I was like, I don't have a car. And he's like, so neither of us had, I didn't know. I thought he meant he just wanted me to help him carry it out to a car. And so we end up bringing it all the way back in. And then I'm not sure what happened after that. But it was very funny.
And then he never spoke to you ever again.
I honestly do think that's the last time. No, it was the last convention, but I met him in LA. Then I guess it was at another convention. It was right after that convention because then it was Days of the Dead, the first Days of the Dead in LA, and that's when I went out to South Park Studios. But that particular one in Charlotte was lots of crazy stuff happened at that one. That's when Lawrence.
I don't even want to know his name. The guy with the magazine. That was the one with him.
He might have been there, but this was it was me, Lawrence, DeVincent, Lawrence Harvey, and Anthony, and so Anthony was like, Neil, do you want to be a good boy? I think this was after the toilet incident. He's like, do you want to be a good boy and go to sleep early, or do you want to go out tonight? And I was like, let's go out. So we asked Lawrence Harvey. He was all about doing that. And Lawrence DeVincent was there, and he was just like, we asked him along too. And he was on the phone with his wife, and he's like, oh, I'm going to go out with the guys. So we went out, and we asked the taxi just to drop us off at like a local bar or whatever. And so they took us to this place called the Thirsty Beaver. And we walked into the Thirsty Beaver, and there's literally dogs walking around and a guy playing like a banjo in the corner. And as soon as we walked in, I actually had this hat and a suit and tie, and Lawrence Harvey, English fellow. And it just stopped. It was like a movie. The guy stopped playing. Everyone just stopped and looked at us. Like, what the hell are these guys doing here? And so we went back. We were playing pool, and I wasn't playing pool, but Lawrence and Anthony were playing pool. And then one of the guys came over in the bar, and he's like, "I think you fellows, whoever he said it, would be more comfortable at what was it called? Something Tug Station or something." There's like the Tug Station or something. And we were like, okay, so this was in Charlotte. And so so we left and we walked down to, I think it was Tug something, Snug, maybe Snug. Tug or Snug. And so he's telling us that we'd be more comfortable there. So we left because I don't think they wanted us there. So we left, we went to this other place, and it ended up being, at that time, I don't think this is a appropriate thing to say. It was a transvestite bar.
Snug Harbor.
Snug Harbor, that's it. Snug Harbor.
A place in Florida. That's cool.
Nice. So it was a transvestite bar, and we did fit in way better. They were way more fun. They weren't uptight. They weren't staring at us. We had a great time at Snug Harbor, and we sang karaoke.
Nice. It looks like a really cute little place.
Yes, it was a really good time, and then a lot of stuff happened after that, and I don't want to say because I've already named their names, but it was a very crazy night. But so okay. I will say this.
Okay, what you've just said and the pieces you're putting together implies that possibly sex happened.
It did not, but some people were invited back to the hotel. But
okay,
but we did get back to the hotel. All right. So I had a room. Anthony had a room here. Lawrence lives there, so he's supposed to go back to his house with his wife. He didn't get back till like 11 in the next morning, and he was like, I don't know what my wife's gonna think, because he said he was going out with the guys for dinner, and he doesn't come home till like noon the next day. So,
but cell phones existed, and she didn't.
Oh yeah, but well. The thing was, we get back to the hotel. One of the people in this story passes out in the lobby they went down to be on the computer. We were like, man, they've been away for a while, so we went down, and he was just completely passed out. So we're wheeling him through the lobby on the computer chair. Up into, and we get him in the elevator and bring him up. And so I had a room, and I used to get 2 beds when I was by myself anyway, in case someone needed one. Mm-hmm. I won't say who. One person is passed out in my extra bed, and this other person who we wheeled in the chair is passed out. He gets up momentarily and then passes out again on my bed.
Mm-hmm.
And so now I'm awake, but I've got no bed. So I end up just staying in the chair for the night. And then, but everyone got back to their life after. It was a good time.
Yes. Snug Harbor.
Looks
like a very cute. There's like a picture of bands in there. Yeah, what a nice little place. I like it. Cool.
It was a good time. Oh, here's a picture of us in Snug Harbor.
Let's check it out. Was that the time I couldn't go?
Yeah, you couldn't go.
My birthday weekend, and for whatever reason, I don't remember why I couldn't go. Probably something really stupid. Yeah. Who's this young man?
This was one of he's normally, he was not in,
okay. He was just someone that was there.
Yeah.
All right, because I'm like, I don't recognize that guy. I know the rest.
I think he's normally a drag queen, but he was not in clothes at this time.
He was not in drag at that time.
Right. And they bought us these drinks. I forget the name, but they were a suggestive name, and they were these white creamy shots.
Was it a blowjob?
I was not. I've heard of that before. I think it was even more suggestive, to be honest. But they were good, though. They were creamy. I think it was like I don't know what it was exactly, but they were good.
Lawrence Harvey had a very seductive look on his face.
He did, actually.
He did.
Yeah.
I'm sure what Dan's doing. I think he might be in a lovely relationship now.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Yeah. I hope she's a lovely person.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I remember that night, because then people started coming up and they started getting pictures with me, and they were asking, because I had the hat on. Yeah. And they started asking Lawrence DeVincent. For some reason, they thought he was my manager, and they would ask him to get pictures with me. And then we would joke about that for years later.
They should have been paying.
Exactly.
Oh, I do want to hear more about people's witch recommendations. And do you want to play the Joe review?
All right. Do you want to do the witches, finish the witches up?
Is that realistic? Because we talk about each one.
This I'm gonna share one more picture from that night. This was after the bars, and we got back to the room, and before people started passing out, because we got back to the room and started drinking more.
So who's this other guy?
That's Anthony on the left there.
Pabst guy?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was so young. He looks very
young. Yeah, I think he's.
But everybody is so much more youthful there.
Well, this is like 10 years ago too. So.
Yeah.
But it was a very good evening, and Lawrence did not end up in trouble with his wife, so.
Good. Lawrence DeVincent, as opposed to Lawrence Harvey, who was not.
Exactly. All right. So it was a very good time. Right. So do you want me to play this?
Yes.
And then we'll get back to the stuff.
Yes, I lost my mummy. Yes.
All right, so we're going to play Diablo Joe's review of The Well, which looks awesome. And we'll come back. We'll talk some more witches.
It sounds like it's going to be a pretty good review if people are like...
Yeah, they love it.
People are all about it.
It looks wild.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. Listen.
Diablo Joe reviews The Well. Imagine if iconic horror filmmaker Jean Rollin were alive and well today and still making films. Now imagine that he had swapped his love of lesbian vampire eroticism for an equally intense love of brutal torture and mayhem. The film he may have produced could likely resemble Federico Zampaglioni's The Well, a moody, at times dreamlike picture that alternates phantasmagorical milieu with savage violence. Lisa, played by Terrifier 2's Lauren Lavera, is a restorer of antique art, summoned to the historic estate of Emma, a suitably aloof, mysterious, and beautiful Claudia Gerini, to strip the soot obscuring the canvas of a large painting blackened by fire damage. As Lisa's work progresses, revealing horrifyingly nightmarish figures and beings beneath the grime, she begins to uncover the secrets behind the painting's history, but also those of Emma and her young daughter Julia, and the well that lies deep in the heart of the centuries-old building that houses them all. As the film opens, gentle acoustic guitar and eerie choral vocals immediately create a sense of otherworldly mystery that takes the mind back to the European horror of the 1970s. And if one were to think that Zampaglione was about to deliver us an homage and a bit of pastiche of the ethereal dreaminess that filled many of the movies of that era, then you wouldn't be wholly wrong. There are so many facets to his style and story that, in lesser hands, might seem simply cribbed, but Zampaglione manages to give them fresh life by expertly blending the poetic with more ferocious and visceral horror. The result shouldn't work as well as it does, but it does. As far as the story goes, The Well is a tale oft-told vis-a-vis numerous horror tropes and subgenres. There is little story-wise, including its ending, that will surprise any but the most naive viewers. Still, the originality of Zampaglione's script, or any lack thereof, is not the point here. The director aims to unnerve and horrify, and he does it with great style and effectiveness. Both Lavera and Girini are excellently cast in their roles. Lavera expands on the wide-eyed charm she displayed in Terrifier 2, playing the ingenue to Girini's urbane, enigmatic Emma. The pair's early scenes hint at the potential for chemistry had Zampaglione gone the more obvious erotica horror route. Adding the mix is Zampaglione's daughter, Linda, whose Julia is moody and brooding, but wise to so much more than she initially lets on. On the horror end of the spectrum, the eerily striking model Melanie Gaidos lends her unique and strange beauty as one of the demonic figures tied to the painting's secret. But it is the terrifying performance of Lorenzo Renzi that ups the Well's ante across the board. Massive, brutish, and bestial, his only dialogue consisting of deep goat-like grunts and guttural coughs, Renzi is petrifying every second he is on screen. And it is this latter character responsible for the violent scenes of eye gouging, limb hacking, and worse that befall a trio of young people Lisa befriends at the film's opening. The cocktail of Renzi's character, the horrifying screams of his victims, and the impressive gore effects of Carlo Diamantini dominate the film, making it so much more than just an homage to a bygone era of Euro horror cinema. The Well may bear its influences boldly, but Zampaglione uses them in even bolder brushstrokes, revealing a portrait of horror and accursed mystery that enthralls, entertains, and unsettles. This devil of a reviewer gives The Well 4 out of 5 imps.
Yeah, that looks pretty sweet.
Yeah. Great choice on, because if people don't know, Joe does the reviews and then Neil does the visual stuff. On point.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought it came out really well, yeah.
I see Todd over here. Todd, when I tapped both of you on the shoulder to do these reviews, and there's very specific reasons. You're both super talented. You both have great big personalities. You both know your shit when it comes to cinema. You're entertaining. You have presence. And you're different. We don't want...
Yeah. I love that about them. I like that, I think it's cool that one's, they're completely different.
Yes, and they're both amazing.
They're both very entertaining, and in their own different way. That's what I like about horror anyway. Because sometimes I like a goofy horror, like as Eduardo talked about. I love Creepshow. I love the Evil Dead movies. But then I like the sadness or Dawn of the Dead, something grim, and it all depends what mood I'm in. I like some really, crazy extreme horror movies. Yeah. And I like just some slow, thoughtful stuff. So.
Yep.
I love Rosemary's Baby.
I feel like both of you bring so much to Without Your Head. So I'm really happy both of you agreed to try it out. And I think both of you are enjoying yourselves.
Yes.
I need to catch up on my Todds.
Todd's gets a lot of people talking about his too. A lot of people loving. I know the some of his very first ones there, the Big Queens there. People really love that one. The filmmakers themselves, which is very cool. Let's see. We were gonna have the people on from there, but the people setting it up only wanted it to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is okay. Well, not really. Honestly, I think 10 minutes is lame, but it was like when I forget what I was doing, but it was something I was doing that day, And the idea of, canceling it for a 10-minute interview didn't make a lot of sense to me, was all.
Mm-hmm. Is that the only opportunity until the end of time?
I don't know. No, I would like to get them just for a regular interview, but if they have to do these short ones, the thing is, it's probably not their decision. A lot of the PR people do the press day interviews, but I think honestly, at least 15 minutes is when you get 10 or under. You're really just plugging the movie and not really getting into much of anything, in my opinion.
But then they also, because I'm sure there are people out there who've been on podcast. I'm not saying like everybody's going to just like Todd and Joe. Not everybody's going to universally like our style of podcast. So maybe they'll spend 10 minutes with us and be like, fuck this. And, so I think that 10 minutes is not bad for them.
Sure. I accept a lot of them for that reason, because then it's also good to establish a relationship with them. The first time Bill Moseley was ever on the show was one of these, and it was 8 minutes. Which I thought, but it turned out, then I met him at all these conventions, and we did all kinds of stuff, and we had him on the show. It was like, I think it's one of his longest interviews, because he doesn't really do a lot of long interviews. It was one with me and you on, and it was like an hour and a half interview. It was really cool.
Yeah, that's when he told us about when he was in Boston and used to go to the, he saw Texas Chainsaw. I think it was
Coolidge, actually.
Wells Theater.
But I think he even knew the Coolidge.
Wells Theater, near AMC.
Yeah.
The way he described the location.
And also that first interview I did with him, it was very short, but that's when he talked about Human Centipede and stuff. Yeah. So yeah, Dieter Laser. Not even really the movies, Dieter Laser he talked about. And I always remember he said, not often as an actor do I see another actor's performance that really, sticks with me. And I was like, wow, this, because there was no reason for him to plug Dieter Laser. Like, it wasn't part of the interview or anything. He wasn't in a movie with them. Maybe he was later on, but not at the time. So that stuck with me. I was like, he's just saying this because he thought it was special. So I was like, huh.
I do feel like, looking at Human Centipede, obviously there's so many people that don't like it, and he really is so good. And I think people aren't aware he's not just this guy, this older dude who did this one movie. Like, he was a very successful actor in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Very successful. Like, that's his lifetime career. R.I.P. Dieter Laser. How long ago did he pass?
It was during COVID. I don't know if it was because of COVID, but it was during COVID. I always thought it. I mean, who knows? But
he was older.
Yeah.
Not like it's okay, but
no.
Yeah,
but we lost a few of our former guests during that time.
Yeah.
Joel Reed.
Yeah.
Joel Reed's was from COVID.
Yeah.
He was in a nursing home at the time, and for people, remember that they really spread bad during that
2020,
time.
says Jay.
Let's see here. Madeline Deering, multiple time guest on the show, says Suspiria.
Oh, yeah. Now, I wonder if she likes New or Suspiria.
I actually really like both movies.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest.
When I saw the new Suspiria, I was not really having it. I feel like I
really like it.
There's a huge hype around it, so I think that hype set me up.
It's completely different, which I think is smart. But I think it's a really good movie.
I should watch it again.
Yeah.
Another Tilda Swinton movie. That one.
Tonio Rotondo, whose short film Un Taco won an award at the Severed Limbs Film Festival. Mm-hmm. People keep thanking me, and that's very cool. I do put it together, but the awards were all that's on judges. So, which I think is better, because I don't want people to think, oh, Neil just picked, these people or whatever.
Who are the judges?
Ty Chaman, Joe Nidbala. I should have these all.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Did you not want to announce the awards on the show?
Yeah, we can do that after we go over the witches.
Yeah, let's do that. Talk about that. That makes a lot of sense. And maybe you'll squeeze out some of those names to credit. Judging.
Well, anyway, his picks were Superstition, 1982.
Superstition. That sounds real familiar. Superstition.
Superstition ain't the way.
1982. Superstition. A witch pretends.
There's a superstition now on the wall.
Looking at screenshots. I don't know. Screenshots that I see are all of just girls in short shorts. So that's not really bringing anything to mind. But the storyline, a family moves into a long-condemned New England household with a big pond out back that everybody loves to swim in. Soon, however, they find that the pond was the site of the execution bride drowning of a witch 300 years before. And she's back to revenge herself on anybody nearby, whether they're Catholic or not. What the fuck kind of review? It's not a review. Some of these are just written in ways that I'm like, that's a very weird.
Strange, yeah.
I don't mean just like that person could be out there listening to this. I don't know. Not to be mean.
Interesting. He picked some Mexican films.
Nice.
La Tia Alejandra.
Mm-hmm.
Veneno para las hadas, which is the poison for the fairies.
Ooh.
This is very cool to get some stuff here that we probably aren't familiar with.
1986, cool poster. Plotline. Mexico City. This is like in Golden Girls when Sophia's like, picture this. Sicily, 1932. Mexico City, circa 1965. Flavia is an aristocratic little girl who is very lonely and bored. At school, she meets and befriends a strange and beautiful girl named Veronica, who dreams of becoming a witch. Their games get increasingly sadistic and macabre and escalate to involve the bloody murder of a piano teacher and macabre mayhem. Don't we use that word in the same paragraph?
La Tia Alejandra is from 1980. Old Aunt Alejandra goes to live with a Mexican middle-class family. She's bitter, and the children tease her and make her life miserable. But the old woman is truly a witch and takes revenge. That sounds good.
It's quite the list for Bill. Oh, that Poison for the Fairies has a 7.2 rating. That's pretty high for IMDb.
Yeah, let me see what La Tia Alejandra has. Has a 7.0, yeah. Top to you, Jane Doe. Great choice.
Yes.
Great choice. Very, I'm glad that's movie I told Dobbs to watch, and he watched it. And I think people always liked it when it came out, but it wasn't like a widespread movie. But I do see people giving it more love lately, which...
Do they call that a sleeper?
Yes.
It's called The Sleeper. I want to read this for Poison of the Fairies to give it more justice. Okay. A 10-year-old girl convinces a lonely classmate she is a witch, forcing the child to become her assistant. Though their games are initially rather naive, they gradually take a nasty and violent turn. Even though it's much shorter, I think it is a much more intriguing, less goofy sounding story. Haxan, yes. Absolutely. People that aren't familiar with Haxan, that's like a 1922. It's like a big deal in cinema history. Even if it's not even horror cinema history. It's fictionalized documentary showing the evolution of witchcraft from its pagan roots to its confusion with hysteria in Eastern Europe. What a beautiful picture. It's super cool. It's really cool. It's long and weird. It's like watching a dream. It's not a normal story, but I recommend it. It's super visual.
The Sword and the Sorcerer.
Sword and the Sorcerer.
I'm a big fan.
Sorcerer.
I know that it's not horror, but I wanted to do a sword and sorcery month once on the show because
that
I'm
would
a
be
big
cool.
fan of sword and sorcery films.
Yes. Mercenary with a three-bladed sword rediscovers his royal heritage's dangerous future when he is recruited to help a princess foil the designs of a brutal tyrant and a powerful sorcerer in conquering a land. Sounds very familiar.
Yeah, I saw it many times as a kid. They used to show it for some reason when we first got HBO. It was a movie they showed a lot on HBO. And
Is
it
there
also
a bridge in it where some wizard melts?
yes.
Stop it!
Yes.
I said that because I
Yes.
remember as a child being terrified of that, and I've never even known if that was a real movie.
Yes.
Or a dream.
It's an awesome movie. It's one of my favorite.
Wow.
I love the sword and sorcery, especially from that era. It was before. I know a lot of people like Hercules and Xena stuff, but I've never been a fan of that kind of too campy stuff. For me, I know a lot of people like it, but there was an era when the sword and sorcery movies were like, darker movies and like more adult. And Conan the Barbarian, Excalibur, these things are great. Yeah. So
Yes.
Sword and the Sorcerer, and it also has an unfortunate scene. It's amazing to watch, but there's a scene where I think it's the sorcerer. He's thrown off a cliff, and it's at a great fall, but the actual stuntman died, and they kept it in the movie.
Well, I mean, if I was the stuntman,
it'd be better than to have it cut out. Yeah, right.
Maybe I don't know how his family felt about it. Maybe they felt the same way. It's what he loved to do. That's terrible. I don't know the whole story. That's very sad. That's the scene I'm talking about. The one with the wizard that melts and goes off the bridge. Holy shit. That's the only part of it I remember. And I very vaguely remember it because I was like a toddler or something when it was just on TV. Crazy. Wow.
I haven't seen it in years, but I loved it. I'd like to rewatch it.
One of my favorite sword, and I mean, it's not like it's rare, but Excalibur is one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's awesome movie. I have that upstairs actually in the clamshell. Great movie. Another one I watched many times as a kid.
I watched it many times as an adult. It's so good.
It's fantastic. I know there's two different cuts of it.
Interesting.
Because, and I always thought it was funny as a kid. The sex scene at the beginning. He's in full armor in the one to be whatever it is, R PG-13 whatever, and then like he's naked in the R-rated one or whatever.
Fully naked?
Well, you don't see like full frontal or anything, but it's still very weird to me. Like it's not. I don't think it's even that graphic, but I know the other cut of it, he's in a full armor, which is just odd though. He's like Blair Witch Project. The original Vi, V-I-Y. V-Vi, I'm not sure what that is. The Juniper Tree. That's a cool name.
Juniper Tree.
Oh yeah, Vi's from 1967.
Juniper Tree. Has Bjork in it. Get out.
Really?
Marguerite and her older sister Katla flee their homeland after their mother is killed for practicing witchcraft. And needing a place to stay, Katla casts a spell over a young farmer named Johann, which makes him fall in love with her. I feel like Bjork looks very cute in the cover. That's on Prime and Amazon. That doesn't make sense. Well, that's what it says. So.
That was Tonio. Poison for the Fairies 2 stars child actress, and we never see the faces of adults except for an old lady.
Interesting. Interesting. That's yeah.
Escalafrio, which is also known as Satan's Blood.
Satan's Blood.
I like that.
You spell Satan's blood. Okay, Satan's. I guess there's probably not too many Satan's blood. What is wrong with my spelling?
Satan's blood.
Satan's blood, 1978. Andres and Ana, if I pronounce that stupid, forgive me, an urban couple who live in Madrid leave their apartment to spend a day of pleasure in the city with their dog. They end up accepting the invitation of two strangers, Bruno and Berta, to go to eat at their country house. A storm surprises them and they have to stay overnight together. The two couples start a session with a Ouija board.
Hell yeah.
Conflicting past situations arise, such as Anya's affair with Andre's brother, or a suicide attempt by Bruno, which receives criticism from Berta. This will be the beginning of the horrors that will take place in this haunted house. Oh, it's got weird tags. Full frontal nudity, 2 males, 2 females foursome, male rear nudity, handsome man, simulated double penetration.
Whoa.
What is going all this whole thing of tags? A pregnancy? Are these like, I don't understand plot keywords. These are plot keywords.
Handsome man.
Wobbling breasts, for all of you that are curious. Satanic. Oh my god, I can't read these. Some of them are just so crazy.
Todd Yeager says when you get to the blue for Eyes of Fire, instead watch, it's in the extras, the director's cut, Cry Blue Sky. It makes more sense than Eyes of Fire's cut.
Interesting. Eyes of Fire is so strange. It's really creepy. I would, but you're right. I think that Todd brings this up, and I kind of wondered if I just didn't pay attention close enough, but there was something about it. I'm like, I don't know if I really understand what this is. So it's very surreal. Cry Blue Sky. You're still keeping a list there, Sir Jones?
Yeah, I've got him in my notepad here. I copied and pasted this whole one. He also says that I just seen a new Chilean movie called Brujeria, which I really like.
Right?
Yeah, Brujeria. And he also says, by the way, we are finishing a new short that deals with a witch. Very cool.
Oh.
If you get finished by January.
A film crew goes into an abandoned house, discovering a terrible episode of vengeance and witchcraft from 20 years ago. Very brief. Tagline, he told you not to awaken me. I like that.
Thank you, Tonio. A lot of good.
Amazing. I love it.
David Rosen, Gretel and Hansel, which I brought up earlier. That's actually a movie I really like a lot. It's a fairly recent movie.
I don't think I saw that. There's some other Hansel and Gretel movie.
Yeah, this one I think is actually really underrated. It came out, didn't really do well, but I liked it a lot.
A long time ago in a distant fairy tale countryside, a young girl leads her little brother into a dark wood in desperate search of food and work, only to stumble upon a nexus of terrifying evil. Oh, it looks really beautiful. All right, there's like a little trailer playing through IMDb. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, I thought it was great. It was one of my favorite horror movies that year, and it's got Sophia Lillis, former guest here on the show, played Gretel.
Pluto.
She was also in the new Dungeons and Dragons movie, which was cool.
Was she the ranger girl?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome.
She's way too big to come back on the show now. But no, that's not true, because when she came on the show, she had already did Stephen King's It, so she's pretty big.
Nice. So. I'm wondering if Eduardo likes Dungeons and Dragons.
I don't know. If so, he's like, he's going to hang out. We got to hang out with him next time we're out there.
We'll introduce him to some Flux.
Yeah, yes. Hey, Alok is his buddy. Alok likes us, so we'll all hang out.
Nice.
The Witches, Andrea Kay, Witches of Eastwick, which was brought up earlier.
Witches of Eastwick. I don't think I read the premise of that. I know it, so I just have this assumption everybody knows it, but then I remember that.
It's one I haven't seen in a long time, to be honest. I remember when it first came out, I saw it a couple times probably, because it was another one that played on cable a few times.
I was super infatuated with Jack Nicholson, too. He was like one of my first cinema loves. Him and Tim Curry. They're the top of the mountain. All three previously married but now single best friends, sculptress Alex Medford, cellist Jane Spofford, and writer Suki Ridgemont, are feeling emotionally and sexually repressed, in large part due to the traditional mores overriding their small New England coastal town of Eastwick. Oh, that's right. There's a woman in there who plays like the prude of the town. She's a great actress. She has these big, bright eyes that are like green, like the lightest grape green. They're really intense, and she's great. And she barfs up a lot of cherries. I remember that now. There's a lot of barfing of cherries in that movie. I would need to see this movie again. After their latest conversation lamenting about the lack of suitable men in Eastwick and describing the qualities they are looking for in a man, mysterious Daryl Van Horn and his equally mysterious butler Fidel arrive in town. Despite being vulgar, crude, brazen, and not particularly handsome, Daryl manages to be able to tap into the innermost emotions of the three friends, and as such manages to seduce each. In turn, the three women, Jesus Christ, this is long, blossom emotionally and sexually. After an incident involving one of the town's leading citizens, the ultra-conservative Felicia Alden, the three women begin to understand how and why Daryl is able to mesmerize them so fully. The three decide to experiment with some powers learned indirectly from Daryl so that they can hopefully regain control of their own lives. What the tags are on that one. Oh, yeah, someone goofs. In the first cherry vomiting shot, the cherry stones are visibly coming from... I don't want to ruin that. I don't want people to know that. I want you to just enjoy the movie. I don't want to give away a tech flaw, because you don't want that part destroyed. It's stupid.
Tyler Stevens brings up a movie I'm not a fan of, and that is Antichrist, which I don't remember that being a witch movie at all, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a movie that I started and I didn't abandon it because I was like, this sucks. I just didn't end up finishing it. And I just saw it. I was scrolling through movies the other day. I think I really need to watch that, because I remember it had this really big, like, praise surrounding it.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of any of that guy's movies.
Interesting.
The director.
Concerned about the emotional deterioration of his grieving, glassy-eyed wife, a guilt-ridden therapist attempts to treat her atypical grief on his own. Fool! Never do such things. And as the broken-hearted couple seeks answers and closure in the heart of a verdant terrestrial paradise, they embark on a self-therapeutic journey into their darkest fears. Instead, trust invites more pain, entangling the man and the woman into a primitive, 4-chapter ritual of unprocessed feelings and profound sadness. But in the absence of the divine, is the catharsis of punishment the highest form of forgiveness? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I was not a fan of the movie. I actually thought it was pretty dull. It's got a very graphic scene that people talk about. Horror Biz, not a full movie, but the missing ingredient short from 4 Rooms. Interesting.
4 Rooms. Is that the one that had Quentin Tarantino?
That's what I was thinking. I didn't realize that had a witch thing in it. It's been a long time.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the one with the Madonna one. I remember that from way forever and ever ago. I don't know.
Coven of Witches try to bring back their goddess Diana in the honeymoon suite on New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Heather Harlow, The Worst Witch, 1986.
Tim Curry! He's very seductive as a character in a child's movie. He has a song. Have you seen this movie?
Yeah. Not for a long
Oh,
time, but
it's
I think I played the short actually on Severed Limbs this week. But
a short. It's a full length.
I mean,
movie.
I meant on the trailer at the beginning.
Oh my God. As a Tim Curry fan and a child, I was still embarrassed for him. Oh my God. Bad and wonderful.
Jason Lacker, Pumpkinhead, good one. Ty Chaman, The Witch. Mojak, Viren Dune. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna. I'll just say Mojak. Evil Dead. I don't care if you don't think it's a witch movie. I think it is.
There's a witch in it. She's called the witch.
Very true. Very true.
There's
James
spells.
Lamont.
Necronomicon is a spell book. There is an incantation. So, how do we define a witch?
Well, I like it's up to interpretation. There's sometimes zombies are the same way. A lot of things are.
Because the Necronomicon was written by the mad. Oh, why can't I think of it? Oh, this terrible shame on me, Lovecraft person. It's like one of the most fundamental parts of Lovecraft. The Mad Prophet. I don't remember I can't pronounce his name. It's like Abdul Al-Hazarad. That might even be correct. But the Mad Prophet sounds very sorcerer-like to me. And if he made this crazy book of necromancy, I hope I'm doing justice to my Lovecraft stuff. I feel like I'm doing something wrong there. But anyway, I'm there for it. I can take it. I think that's fine. Evil Dead Witch.
Autopsy of Jane Doe and Rosemary's Baby from James Lamont.
Love them. Love them.
Too. Nathan Lane. I don't believe it's the actor. Warlock. Dobbs. Autopsy of Jane Doe is really good.
Yeah.
Justin Bernard Head, who probably will be on our Witch List show. Definitely a toss-up between Haxon and The Witch.
Yeah.
He'll
That's
be
an
mad at
interesting
me.
toss-up. That's very interesting. They're both very, very, very visual. That their strength really is in the visual stuff. There's like a story there, but it's like very dreamlike and not normal narrative at all. So it's interesting.
Carl Solomon.
Carl!
The Wizard of Oz.
Nice, Carl. I wonder if Carl is listening, because if he is, Neil and I, why were we talking about him? Just yesterday.
Just because he's cool.
I know, but he came up for some reason.
I know.
In a positive way. It was he was in some role of whatever, or we saw a picture or something, and then I
it was a picture of when he was like a young picture.
On IMDb, and it was like, I was like, Neil, look, it's young Carl, and it's weird. It is weird. I only know him as current Carl.
Brian Haas, Suspiria. Stephen Houston, Haxon. And Troy Olke, Blair Witch.
Wow, we got a lot of.
Yeah. I actually have a couple in my mind that weren't mentioned. So.
Interesting. So you're going to save them for the 13 Witch show?
Yeah.
It's not 13 Ghosts, it's 13 Witches?
The 13
Oh,
Witches,
there could be a 13 Ghost show, because there's plenty of ghosts. Why do you feel so alone, Dave? Why is Dave alone? Yeah. I haven't seen that in like 30 years.
Yeah, me neither. So let's go over here to the awards.
Yes, exciting. If anybody missed it, the one of Neil's, real, like you were saying before, it's a lot of work to do. You have to interact with all the filmmakers, get all the stuff, set it up, actually set up all the social media for everything. It's a lot that goes into it. It's totally free to be there. It's totally free to submit. You have to get all the judges together, and it's awesome. How is it, like quarterly now?
Yeah. So every season. So this was the autumn version. The next one will be the Winter Warlock. which will be coming up in January. So soon I'll try to get that up as soon as possible where people can send stuff in so they can send stuff early. You know, but you'll have plenty of time. You'll have months.
Oh, he was quoting. Dave's not alone. He was quoting.
But a big thanks, actually. I have his name later on in the credits. Jason Ewart, who made a nice donation. He didn't have to. No one had to. But he made a nice donation for putting together the
that's very cool.
Festival. So I appreciate that. Cool. Thank you. Let's see here. So, I could share these if you'd like to see the pictures.
Yes.
I don't know what order we'll see them in.
Okay.
So we may see like one of the big awards, like early. I don't know.
It's okay. Ta-da! What happened to that guy?
I don't know. He was all the first. That's why we made him an award, because the very first one there was like six shorts with Alexandra Hawk in him. Now he's like big time. He's literally flying all over the world making movies.
What?
Yeah, all the time.
Award.
Exactly.
The award put him on the map.
Exactly. So the Alexandra Hawk Award, which is for the most beloved character.
He was great. I remember seeing those shorts, and man, funny. Great present.
Yeah, he literally has work all the time. Local guy. People don't know local to us, Boston. And he's like and he's a perfect guy for this. He does like smaller roles and stuff, but he's a great, just a very fun, memorable character actor, and he's really found his spot in the movies. Very cool for him. Good for him. He's a good guy too. So the runners up was for the Alexander Hawk Award, Footzilla. Footzilla in Footzilla. The main character, it was David's character in Night of the Not So Living Dead Guy.
Oh, I like that one too.
And the winner for the most memorable or lovable character, Alexander Hawk Award, Mrs. Bates in Sicko.
Nice. Yeah.
Troy Oke, who just commented his favorite witch movie was Blair Witch. But yeah, the face is amazing. I used it in the trailer. So good. This is the Angus Scrim Award for the scariest short.
Oh, and also credit to Troy Jones for designing these.
Yes, amazing work. Runners up, 32.
I don't know if I saw 32.
It's really cool. Edgar Allan Poe. It's written by Edgar Allan Poe. It's a good one. And The Devil's Stone, which closed the festival. And the winner of the scariest short, Her. Which is a very, very cool
I wish I could remember her.
With Annabella Rich.
Oh, she's great. Oh, I missed out in a big way. Yeah. Oh, Annabella's awesome.
We need to get her back on. She's been on several times, but it's always been part of like groups. And I met her in London. Super nice actress, super nice person. And anyway, she's never done like just an interview by herself. And so I said, let's do it.
Definitely.
We'll set this up sometime.
Yes.
I don't know if there's a time difference because she's in England, but we'll figure it out. We'll make her stay up late.
We got to have that press day.
I do like this. I do like this idea. The Ben Chapman Award for Best Creature or Monster. The runners-up, Lux, which is really cool. Had this weird light monster in the woods.
Oh, I don't know if I saw that one either.
And Horned.
Which one?
Horned.
Horned. I do remember. That's the... Yeah, I remember that one. Yes.
And the winner was the short that opened the night, because I thought it was very fun. I thought it was a good way to open the show, and that was The Thing in the Tub, which was also a you would have liked because it was a Lovecraft short.
Oh, like the thing under the thing on the doorstep. Yeah.
That was very fun.
Welcome,
Congratulations.
PJ. No problem being late. You can always go back.
Yeah, exactly.
Happy to have you.
Horror Biz, I've been craving a chili dilly. That's one of my favorite. I've played that in the Severed Limbs several times because I get a kick out of it. It's apparently back in the day you could just go get a pickle like at the concession stand. It's called a chili dilly. And I miss these days. I wanted to be able to just go get a pickle.
That was a very weird trailer. Not trailer, you know.
Some of those ones are very fun. Like they got a meatball sub. It must have been when like they first started selling meatball subs because they're like, it's new, it's different. The Betsy Palmer Award for Best Female Performance. Runners up, Inanimate. I should have wrote the actress's name here. I'm sorry. And Cherry. That was really cool. And the winner is Annabella Rich. I believe she goes now by Bella Rich for Her.
Yeah.
And she's.
I feel like we need to have like that actual drum roll in the future.
Yeah. I could work that out in the future and have like claps and stuff.
We're working on it, guys.
Yeah. The first one I actually did an award show for, but it was a lot of work. But it was cool though. I didn't think we'd ever do another one after the first one.
There's supposed to be an award show, isn't
there?
there?
I've actually got a bunch of it edited. I've got to finish. I'll finish it before the end of the year, just in time to have a whole. Just in time to have a whole new one. Yeah. I was gonna try to have it finished before Halloween, but too much stuff came up. But after Halloween, I'm gonna have a lot more time to finish it.
Dave just had something funny to say.
Meatball sub, so exotic. It's new. It's different. That's another thing, though. I've never been to a theater where you can just go get a meat. Can I get a bucket of popcorn and a meatball sub?
Well, now you can get pizza and hot dogs and all kinds of shit.
I guess. And give me a couple chili dillies.
New and different is not telling people it's good.
No, it's just new and different.
New and different.
The Dieter Laser Award for Best Male Performance. So also the history of these awards was the first time we did the Severed Limbs, it was during the pandemic. And it was a fun community thing. We couldn't go to the movies. So we did a watch party on Facebook. And we watched, it was a festival, a virtual festival. And then the awards at the time were all named after guests who on the show who had passed away. And so I thought, I thought it'd be a one-time deal, but we've continued it. So
yeah, welcome, Jonathan Jackson.
Jonathan Jackson. Just wait until chicken nuggets are on the menu. They're new. They're different. It's not the other day. It was actually earlier this year. I was at it was around my birthday actually, and for some reason they gave me a free popcorn and a drink, which is cool, but they also gave me half price Impossible Nuggets. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to use this, and so I used it. It was half price, and they were still like $5 or $6 for like 5 nuggets. I was like, what the hell?
Are they good? I mean, they're not meat, but
no, they're all right.
If you were not thinking this is supposed to taste like meat, would it be okay? Not worth it. I'm not saying like you would.
No, I mean they were fine. They were fine, but it was probably also not just the greatest. Like it, it's in the movie theater. I don't know.
Yeah, it's no cauliflower.
No.
Buffalo cauliflower.
Horror Biz, I have a bucket of spaghetti, please. That'd be good. So the runners up for Best Male Performance, 32, and The Paranormal Captivity.
I liked Paranormal Captivity.
Yes. And the winner is John Devlin in Lux. John Devlin showed a lot of range in Severed Limbs 14. He had 3 shorts, all completely different roles.
What were the other shorts?
So he was in Lux. He's the main guy in Erecting the Monster 2. And what was his third one? All were completely different. The other one, when he was the guy looking out the window with the binoculars, was one of the later ones. All very different roles. He's a good actor.
Where is he? What area is he in? Where is he?
Not positive.
Let
me look here.
You don't have to find out.
Well,
I didn't know if he was a local person or something.
No, I mean he's in the United States, and I did not. He was not pick the award because he actually bought a Severed Limbs shirt either. That is Atlanta. A lot of cool people in Atlanta too.
I just messaged someone in Atlanta earlier today. Say hello. Cool.
We were invited to a new festival coming to Atlanta.
When?
I don't know if it's coming next year. So.
Oh, the year. The year's not far away.
Which isn't that far away.
No.
The George Costanza Award for Favorite Line.
Interesting. What are the runners up?
The runners up. Supplies by Cherry.
I remember that. And it was awesome. And I laughed.
Would you still love me if maggots were crawling out of my eyes? And the antidote. And the winner is Here, Penis, Penis, Penis. And Erecting a Monster 2. Horror Biz. That's another thing. Troy Oak. Another guy had multiple shorts, and all of them had votes for funniest because they're all very funny. Very funny. He's a good guy. Troy Oak. Okay, I don't know how you say it. He's a good guy though. He recently had a heart attack, but he's doing pretty well.
Wow. Well, I'm glad he's okay.
Yeah, he's not an old guy. The Gunnar Hansen Award for Best Villain.
Ooh.
The runners up, The Devil's Stone.
Mm-hmm.
And Cherry.
Really? Cool.
And the winner is John Devlin in Lux.
Yay.
Took home 2 here. The H.G. Lewis, Herschel Gordon Lewis, which is also the only trophy that has some color on it. For Best Kill or Goriest Short. The runners up, Box Cutter. And Cherry. Cherry got a lot of votes for a lot of things. And the winner is Erecting a Monster 2, Bride of the Monster. Cheesecake, man, Cheesecake. That line needs to be immortalized. That's true.
You're making it happen.
Exactly.
And I'm glad you're doing it.
The Irwin Keyes Award. This is the Audience Choice Award. It was voted on by the fans out there. And thank you, people out there. So a lot of times I can see where something will get like 300 votes, and I know it's like not on the up and up. But it looked all on the up and up. No, it was. Thank you. This was for the best trailer. The runners up, I'm Haunted, and the Ezra and Gore Girl Horror Anthology. And the winner is Grotesque, starring Jamie Hill, our very own Jamie Hill.
Jamie Hill!
Yes. The Joel Reed Award for the most crazy, weird, bizarre, or disturbing short.
Mm-hmm.
And the runners-up were Footzilla.
Oh, that was quite crazy.
And Hand Model.
Hand Model, also quite strange.
And the winner, Susie's Birthday Bash, which was awesome.
I enjoyed his Birthday Bash.
The Joe Pilato Award.
Oh, man.
Which is a favorite scene.
Yes.
Choke on it. Ah. Runners up, Lux Ending. And the inanimate for the death scene set to music. And the winner was the pliers scene in 32. is very disturbing as well. The Marilyn Burns Award for Best Hero or Heroine.
Love this.
The runners-up, Lux and Footzilla. I believe RoboCop and Footzilla was runner-up. And the winner was Un Taco for the child actor who he sent me the name because I didn't know the name of the actor, but he sent me the name earlier. So I'm gonna actually redo this award and put his name on it.
Oh, that's fantastic. It's not gonna say little boy.
No, Julian A. Galvan
Adolfo.
for Un Taco.
Julian Adolfo Galvan.
Right. Yes. Because there's only two actors, and I wasn't sure, which one was it. So.
Julian Adolfo Galvan.
The Paul Kellman Award for Best Trailer. This is just straight Best Trailer. Runners-up, Grotesque, and Cockroaches Have Inherited the Earth. And the winner is the Ezra and Gore Girl Horror Anthology, which was very cool. A lot of good trailers, honestly. The Robin Hardy Award for Best Director. Runners-up, 32, and Her. And the winner, Justin Bernard Head for Inanimate. The Rowdy Roddy Poster Award for Best Poster. The runners-up, Erecting a Monster 2, Bride of the Monster. And Her. And the winner, Box Cutter, which was a very cool poster. All those posters are cool. It's a little out of order, but the Sid Haig Award for the Best Short. And the runners-up, Her, Erecting a Monster 2, and The Thing in the Tub. I gave 3 because it's the big award. And the winner, Inanimate, by Justin Bernard Head. The Tom Tolles Award. This was the audience choice for favorite short. Runners-up, 32, and Footzilla. And the audience choice award for best short, Erecting a Monster 2, Bride of the Monster. I believe this is the last one. The Conrad Brooks Award, Made Me Laugh the Most Short. Runners-up, Erecting a Monster 2, Bride of the Monster. And Howard the Duck, which was very funny. And the winner, Footzilla. I feel like there was a lot of really funny shorts this time, so I think it was very hard for people to pick the best.
Yeah.
I think that was a good theme this year. It was a lot of funny shorts.
Wow. Congratulations, everyone.
Yes.
It was really wonderful. I hope people out there will pay attention to it's not like you give plenty of notice, so join the Facebook group.
Yes. Someone actually sent me a short the day after and asked me if it was too late to put it in. I was like, it actually happened yesterday. So
maybe next time.
Yeah. I can't go back in time and put it in. But I did suggest that he sends it into the next one.
Yeah.
Let me see here if I can.
And if you go to the website, you can also find it there. But if you want to keep up to date on all of the Without Your Head stuff, Neil and I are middle-aged, so go to Facebook.
Right.
I'm trying to put an effort into Instagram. I'm trying to do what the youngsters are up to nowadays.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Headless Critic, Jason Minton.
Yes. Ah, Jason.
Ashley Turner.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. From Gorilla Girl Productions.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Needbala.
Yeah. Our Diablo Joe.
Tyler Ty Chayman. New Village Video, which is Tara Hutchinson and Larry. And I believe that's it. Yes. So I and myself, I was also a judge.
Yes.
Very
Awesome.
good. We have some more judges that do them sometimes, but not everyone could do it this time. But a shout out to Sam Mason Bell, who has done it in the past. Hill Burton, Joe Castro, who was last one. He was we had him as a special judge and gave out special award for best
Cool.
best makeup.
That's awesome.
Which that would be fun to do. I should try to do that in the future. Always have one special judge, guest judge, to give out a cool award.
That would be very cool.
All right. So yeah, that was very fun. It's a great time. I'm gonna look into. Annabelle suggested doing them on Twitch. I asked Jonathan Jackson about Twitch. He said they're good with violence, but he said they're not so keen on the nudity.
Interesting. Because I was just reading about it. And it was sounded like you can set your channel to be adult. But I think of the different places, Twitch is the most
It is a big site.
liberal.
Yeah. But that is an American thing too, about like violence is seen more okay for people, but I don't even mean like hardcore like nudity, just like nudity is seen a lot more taboo for some reason. So we were talking earlier, so the previous Severed Limbs 13, I got in trouble because it's actually a trailer, showed a nipple. And so I got a very weird email, which I'm going to talk about. Anyway, an email from YouTube saying that it wasn't even nudity. It was worded very strange because nudity can be okay, apparently. It was meant to entice, like get people excited.
Come hither.
This nipple. And so we were given a permanent warning that would never to go away. It's going to be there forever. And then if you get another one, you got to strike. They added this new thing just recently where you can take you can take a training course on different things you've been warned about. So I had to take the nudity training course on YouTube.
Oh my God.
So I watch a video telling me all about, nudity, what's permitted, and then and then I had to take a test to see what I learned about nudity.
Wow. I mean, I guess it's good that option exists so you can, but man, that's crazy.
And so this is legit one of the questions. All of them were kind of, but this one in particular was very odd to me. Ray uploads a video with the title, "The hottest girls are the ones that will let me taste their pee." In the video, a person urinates in the snow. Then, I remember this on the SAT, this question. Then another person scoops up the snow, tastes it, and says, "Gosh, this is so sexy."
Can we make t-shirts of that?
This will be the napkinimation. This will be our napkinimation. Gosh, this is so sick. Select all correct answers.
Oh my God. And these
so
are
we have
things
4 to choose.
We're not okay.
Right. And this is not, it's not even just one. You have to select all the correct answers. This violates a policy because content that shows bodily fluids for the purpose of sexual gratification isn't allowed on YouTube. So I clicked that one. Mm-hmm. This doesn't violate the policy because the people in the video are trying to be funny. I did not click that one. This violates the policy because YouTube doesn't allow content where people urinate. So I also clicked that one. This doesn't violate the policy because bodily fluids are never sexually gratifying. I did not click. But I was partially incorrect.
What?
Because according to YouTube, you can show urination, and then they tell me why I was wrong, if it is for education or art. Which I would say I'm most likely, if I make an artistic video of me peeing in the snow, and they probably will kick me off YouTube, and I say, but it was art, I don't think YouTube's gonna listen to me. And for proof of this, because supposedly you can do nudity if it's art, why did I get the warning in the first place for a trailer with a nipple? For a movie, which by definition is art.
Oh God!
So I'm not gonna put this to the test. I'm not gonna do peeing with Neil, this new video series where I go out and about and I pee in various locations.
Yeah, whenever you
for
travel.
Educational or art or artistic purposes.
Did you find a way to pee in Brooklyn or New Jersey?
No, I actually, you know what? I really haven't done this in a long time.
It's probably for the best.
Yeah, I think it's probably too easy. Honestly, I also don't drink anymore, so probably a lot of it was you're just drunk and whipping out. And the only time I do is if I'm on a walk and all the. This is just out of necessity. If I'm out walking and there's literally one public restroom, and it's seasonal, so it closes.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably gonna be closing pretty soon. So I'm out walking. I gotta find somewhere. Because they think in my town, if you live here, you don't have to pee. You don't have to. Or they're like.
Also, just not be hydrated, Neil.
The bathrooms are not allowed for if you live here year round. Only for tourists.
It's like that, yeah. It's like that at the beaches near me too. You just
and the trash cans, they seal them off and say they're seasonal. But anyway,
you think it would be easier to take care of it when there's no tourists? Like, why would you not?
Exactly. They don't have to come all the time, but once every couple of days, they have to do the trash. Oh yeah, but my buddy Chef George, he did say, because I posted about this because it's very important to me. He's like, you can just stop by any time and use the bathroom. But then I feel bad just going into a business, like especially a restaurant. I just walk through the restaurant, people are eating. I just walk through there and use the restroom and just leave.
Maybe you can.
I would have to buy something. No, maybe. That's a whole. Yeah. We're not that close, me and Chef George. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
but I don't know. But there's one at if I stop at like the Dunkin' Donuts, but it's not open that late. I always feel like I have to buy some, which is fine. But I don't want to just go in there and use the restroom.
Well, they didn't. Yeah, he offered.
He did offer.
But probably because he knows you'll buy food.
Yeah, I wouldn't just go in there. Like I have to get some fish and chips or something.
That fish and chips you showed me the other day was a monster. Did you?
Yeah, that's at the Whaleback. Huh?
Did you get? Did you all of it?
I did, but I purposely because I knew we were getting it. My mom got a lobster roll there, which is also very inexpensive, and I knew we were having it, so I waited. I was very hungry. I was like, I'm hungry, but I'm waiting for the fish and chips. And it's a big beast. And they're in the news a lot because they have raised their price there for like 20 years or whatever. And,
what's this business called?
The Whaleback. It's always packed.
Always packed at the Whaleback.
There you go. It's one of the. That's actually a place that is open late, but I don't think the food's open late. It's a little bar. And when I walk home from the bus, like it's usually packed even to like 2 a.m.
Wow.
But yeah, good food too. I actually hadn't eaten there until during the pandemic. I knew it's there, but I just assumed like the food wasn't great because it's just a little bar, but really good food. They have a $20 fisherman's platter. It's like this mountain of food. And the food's good too. It's not just a giant plate of food. It's good. I like it. Whaleback's
You
good place.
buy the whaleback.
Yeah. The only problem is it's super tiny. If you go in there to eat, you have to go at a weird time where people aren't drinking. So maybe like 2 in the afternoon.
You have to go in elder hours.
Right. Or
when
just get
all
stuff
the elders come out at like 4:00 in the afternoon to eat, so they can leave before it gets dark.
Yeah, it's usually, and it's honestly, it's usually very busy with local boozers, and that's not necessarily the people I want to hang out with. I'm sure they're nice people.
What?
But during the summer they actually just expanded and have a nice outside. You can eat outside there now during the summer. So. I know people tune into Without Your Head to hear about local seafood, but
Todd is concerned about his butt being taboo on YouTube.
Yeah. Who was?
Todd Yeager, one of our fine reviewers.
No, I think you're all right. It's artistic, is what I'll claim.
It is artistic.
Tazo actually showed his butt once on my wrestling show.
Ow!
Very weird dude. He took a live shower on my wrestling show. He brought the camera in. He's on on the screen.
Maybe he doesn't want to be known for that in the Without Your Head horror community.
What?
Maybe he doesn't want to be known for that in the Without Your Head horror community.
Tazo? Yes. I don't know. He doesn't. He probably don't care.
He wants to be a man of respect. And Todd's letting us know that his butt is quality art. Thank you.
That's true. My butt is quality art.
Thank you.
I
hope to find out in an upcoming film.
Yes, exactly. I'm looking forward to that.
Todd's butt already. Did we see Todd's butt? At the filming of the movie is a comedy scene.
I don't know. I think it was a closed set for that, but
no, but he was outside in his garb.
Look at this. That's the fisherman platter, $22.
Wow.
Underneath it's all fries. The thing is friggin' enormous. I got it a few times. It used to even be a little cheaper, not that much. They will not raise the price of the fish and chips, but they raise the other stuff, but not very much. And I can't eat one. I actually split one with Troy. It's huge.
That's probably for the best. American portions are a little out of control. Yes. But speaking of portions and great food that we feel like we have to eat all of it because it's delicious and don't want to be wasteful, is that we're going to hopefully have Frank Pepe's on the night of, or maybe the day after, the 12-hour horror movie marathon at Coolidge.
Coolidge after midnight. Movies till the dawn.
I think if we, you were talking about a theme for a show that you want to do as like you just did. Maybe we should just sing it and play banjos poorly. Not banjos.
All right. Yeah, that works. Yeah, no one's going to flag that. They'll be like, I can't flag that. It's better than mine. It'll bring attention to that. I'm like jealous.
You can each have one chord.
Yeah, I don't even play. I don't even bother with the chord.
Exactly. Yes. We'll do that.
All right, I'm down.
Grab my ukulele. I have an electric guitar now.
Really? How fancy over here.
Christmas. It was not an expensive one, a beginner one. But Jonathan
Jackson, he's getting all ready here. He's very litigious. Litigious Jackson over here.
Yeah, I've got an electric guitar. But then I stopped playing it because it was putting blisters on my fingers, just like in the Beatles song.
Really?
Yes. And it sucks because as an art person, it's really important to be able to feel. So that was very weird. I don't know.
A friend of mine used to gig his fingers. That's a wrestling term. He used to cut his fingers with a razor blade while he performed because then he looked like he's badass because his hands would be bleeding while he's playing the guitar.
That's
But it
dumb.
always seemed really stupid. I agree.
That's really dumb. You got to earn that shit, man. Blisters hurt.
Right, yeah, you can't just like,
So-
no,
I guess like I've never heard of anyone doing that before, so I guess it's a unique idea.
I guess.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. So we're going to be performing that song.
Yeah, you're right.
Feel good about that?
Yeah, I'm down. Totally down.
Right.
Saturday is going to be great. Looking forward to it. 12 hours of horror movies. Maybe, and then we were thinking about then going to see the Scorsese movie. That's like 3.5 hours. It's like 15.5 hours of movie. What else is
Saturday is supposed to be beautiful, by the way. So
it was so nice today. I just went for a walk with a t-shirt on and pants
like
and
we
pants.
just talk about totally normal things now. We're just on the show, just talking about fish and chips and the weather.
Right. It used to be the late night show. He's like, what the hell kind of sex toys are they selling on Bad Dragon?
Monsters Made Me Gay outline.
Yeah.
We're going to read this show, and they're very funny.
Those are funny.
Maybe we need to bring it back.
I tried to find the guy to have on the show, but this is my theory.
Anonymous name.
This is my theory. After reading, I think it's like a fake name. But after reading so much Stephen King, I read a lot of Stephen King over the last several years.
Yes.
If there's a sex scene, if there's any type of like consensual, pleasant sex in his book, it's like a sentence. If there's some type of horrific like rape or monster sex or anything unpleasant, it's like a chapter. It's really like this descriptive. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with this dude? So I have a theory about Stephen King. So he had a pseudonym when he's like, I'm going to write these books with a bad ending. So he had a whole other character, and he wrote Thinner and the Bachman books. I think he has another pseudonym, and he writes really horrific sexual erotica. And no one knows it because they're not like me. They're not an investigator. Yeah. And I think he's out there writing something real seedy. Maybe he's writing the Mummy Made Me Gay books. Maybe it's really Stephen King doing that in his spare time. And if not, Stephen King, if you're listening, this is what you should do.
Totally.
It'd be like a whole outlet to yeah.
Neil's got it figured out, Steve. This is the future.
Exactly, and it is like 2 pages of sex. Exactly. Any Alice books are the same way. If it's just like if it's like a couple and they're enjoying themselves, it's like and then they made love and that's it. But if it's something horrific, it's on and on and on and on. And I say, yes, that's the way it should. No, I said that's bad. It's weird.
Does that happen, Christine? Because Christine is my
I don't think there's
things to do. But one of those things that I want to do is read because I started when I was on vacation a couple weeks ago. There's just books in this house, and I feel like now I need to know more about what you're talking about because I used to all the time.
I don't. Not every book has sex in the King books, but I don't think that one does. I could be wrong, but I don't think it does.
Maybe Gay, Leprechaun Gangbang. That's
totally Stephen King.
One. Hank Wilder, the author.
Yeah, Hank Wilder. That's not a real name.
Complete compendium. You know what? I wonder if we could. No, because these are all self-published. There's got to be a way to communicate with this person. Like, could we do? So I've been listening to. I'm so glad. I've been having.
Can you get the audiobooks of these? I'll be on my walk listening to the Leprechaun Gangbang.
For my idea, is so I've been listening to when Larry Fessenden came on the show and mentioned that he had a podcast, like a story podcast.
Yeah.
Audio drama. I started listening to it, and then I, for whatever reason, stopped. And then after we went to the Brooklyn Horror thing, I was looking up his films, and I saw that. I was like, oh shit, I need to get back to that. And I'm wondering if we first of all, if we read one, and it's even possible, can we recruit amongst our filmmaking friends people to do audio dramas of Monsters Made Me Gay?
Damn, this would be awesome.
It would be really fucking crazy.
Sweet,
I'm not sure if I actually want to do that, but it's funny.
I am sure that I do. So yeah.
Oh
who would be good? Get freaking Tony Todd.
Willing. Todd.
Yeah, oh yeah. You don't think Tony Todd's down for this?
Maybe Tony Todd was in the Pheasant stuff.
He's got a great voice.
He does. Vincent D'Onofrio in
Doug
Pheasant
Bradley.
stuff.
Yeah.
I don't see why not. Maybe people would be all about it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Wow.
Do it up. They'll be dying to do it.
Complete compendium of gay monster group encounters, book 1. And listed below are the twisted gangbang tales you will find within the bestiary. They all end in the word gangbang. I think that's one word, I guess. Bigfoot, alien, merman, yeti, ape man, wendigo, demon, mothman, swamp ape, Loch Ness, creature, wolfman, chupacabra, Jersey devil, vampire, boogeyman, gremlin.
They're all in one. Oh, these are all. I thought they all got together for one gangbang, but they're all separately gangbang. Damn, is it all the same guy who gets into the gangbang with all these?
I think it's different stories, but I don't know because read a sample.
But it'd be cool if it was like a recurring character and he's just always finding himself getting into a monster gangbang.
Oh my god, can I read this? Will we be banned on?
He's like the Indiana Jones of gay gangbangs.
Because there's a huge sample here. I guess I can stop before it goes too far.
Yeah, well, we also don't want to just read someone's book, maybe. That could be copyright.
I can do the first paragraph. How about that?
All right.
And maybe it will get Hank Wilder. If
Hank, if you're out there, Mr. Wilder.
Yes, if there are friends of Hank Wilder, I'm fascinated. The fire crackles and dances, reflecting off of Dean's eyes as he leans forward menacingly. As if by some magical cue, the howl of a lone wolf carries across the dark woods, eliciting an outburst of laughter from our congregation of friends. It's such a perfect coincidence that even Dean cracks a smile.
Is this about Dean in our chat?
Whoa, you guys stop, he says, trying desperately to keep a straight face. This is too scary to be laughing right now. The giggling finally settles, and Dean begins again, taking the time to make eye contact with every one of us that sits huddled around the campfire. It's really well written.
Yeah, see? Yeah, well, Stephen King's a good writer.
This is a story that happened long ago, back before any of you were even born. A terrifying time when the culture was soulless and greedy. When people still use their phones as a phone. The early 80s.
What? You didn't just use it to take pictures?
Someone shouts. My friend Ken, who organized this camping trip in the first place. I love this. And
This really, gangbang doesn't, it can still be emotional.
Yeah, it doesn't go straight into the action.
Yeah, it's a slow burn gangbang.
It's actually, as I'm scrolling through this, the big feet are dying off, he says solemnly. And apparently there are no...
You know what they say with people with big feet?
They have big shoes.
I don't think Bigfoot wears shoes.
Maybe he doesn't have an appropriate shoer. What do they call that? A person who makes the shoes?
A cobbler?
Not a shooter. The big feet are dying off. This is later.
Man, this is sad now.
Dying off, he says solemnly. And apparently there are no women big feet left, which makes them a very, very horny bunch. They've all turned gay.
Damn.
Everything is silent for a moment, save the
Did Alex Jones write this? They're making the big feet gay.
Everything is silent for a moment, save the crackle of the flickering flame before us. I stare into the light, lost for a moment in its wild dance, as I imagine. What? I stare into the light. This guy stares into the light, lost for a moment in his wild dance, as he imagines what it would be like to be fucked by Bigfoot.
Damn! Now we're getting to the good stuff.
Wow.
Hank Wilder. I gotta go read
any
this.
of you out there who are curious or beyond curious, maybe you're sold.
Oh, yeah.
Get hop on Amazon. Hank Wilder. If you look up Monsters Made Me Gay, you will find them. I'm
Damn.
fascinated. Right?
I need to find out what happens.
Kindle $0 and audiobook $5.95.
$0
is an audiobook already.
It's audio?
Audiobook $5.95.
Whoa! Let me see if it's on Audible. Do you think my public library has it? The Sandwich Public Library?
Neil, are you going to be peeing out in the woods or what? You're taking your walks. You better keep it cool.
I'm pulling this up, pulling up my Audible. Let's see. Made me gay. Now I'm gonna get like all these like things like instead of like it's
for it.
David Bowie made me gay.
I mean, he's a very erotic man.
They do have him on here. I can get. Monsters Made Me Gay. The Living Tree Gangbang.
Living Tree.
Mm-hmm. Robot Gangbang. Gargoyle Gangbang.
Now, are they with a human, with each other?
Well, it's Monsters Made Me Gay, so I assume he's part of the gangbang. Yeah. Satyrs, Minotaur, Wolfman. Wolfman one's got 5 stars.
Audience already? Like, what's going on over here?
No, Jackson's all into it. Goblins.
Kazo's long gone. He's like,
they're
all out buying the book.
Probably. They literally have all these zombies.
Wow. Poor Eduardo.
I wonder how long these are.
Poor Eduardo.
Tiki God.
Wow.
I guess when you're right, man. There's more of these than there are Amityville movies.
Then they're probably more interesting.
Probably. Poltergeist. That one sounds like the movie there.
Oh, Entity?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this has got a real rough review.
Uh-oh, you'd be afraid of this one. Shark Man.
Not acceptable. Not acceptable.
But I like most of these have 5 star. This one has 2-star rating. Someone like actually rated it like a real.
I'm right now. So on the compendium, I scroll down to the reviews, and the first one at the top, reviewed in the United States. Oh my, just really bad, 1 star from 2020. It says, I'm guessing there's a little market out there for this sort of thing. So here we go. I have to admit that these stories are so bad, I'm kind of giddy to write a review. Another review is correct. This is very repetitive. Each scene, not story, is a rehash of the one before, the same things always happening in the same order. These stories are definitely too similar once the action starts, which takes about 1 pages max.
Also, he just writes it and inserts mummy or gargoyle or whatever.
It's like Mad Libs.
Right.
What's the verb? These stories are just also the author is clearly either obsessed with or pandering to the double penetration fans out there.
Whoa.
Also, the buckets of fluid fans. Also, as the title suggests, the make a straight guy gay fans. However, I can see that we might be missing the point.
I wonder what the Venn diagram is on double penetration, buckets of bodily fluids, and straight guys turn gay. Is this a huge audience?
But before I digress, I think the point of this collection is much simpler than an attempt to write stories. These scenes, because they are scenes, not stories, must be thought of as personal pleasure material. They are.
You think?
Right? What do you think these are going to be? They are, it must be said, truly awful if read in any other context. I didn't use them for the former. I read this collection.
I read this for the story.
Stop it! This is okay. I didn't use them for the former. I read this collection mostly while I was eating dinner over the course of a few days.
He read the whole thing? Like all of them? Like all 80?
Over the course of a few days. This was his dinner story time.
Well, if you read one when you've like, oh, I think I get the gist of this.
To the review, or she, I didn't see their name. This person, it says some guy. That's their name, some guy. Good for them. I read this collection mostly while I was eating dinner over the course of a few days, and it is bad. There really is no effort given to reality whatsoever. Whoa! Revelation! Not even simple physical reality that grounds an otherwise fantastical story. I'm the type who likes to be entertained, so I can happily suspend disbelief for a good time, but even I have limits. And boy, these scenes sure don't. I like this review. So, straight guy, always ripped, of course, encounters monsters who are hugely endowed, of course, and within a couple paragraphs is doing things that usually require serious preparation and practice, given the descriptions provided. How does a straight guy who's never done this before suddenly accommodate two hugely endowed, of course, monsters in a DP?
He's a quick learner. It's a
Seriously?
natural. It's a natural.
Seriously? And the way the scenes always start with him almost matter-of-factly immediately jumping into hand jobs. This is bad. Should I be saying this? Are you going to get banned?
Nah, hand job's probably fun.
Followed by oral, followed by DPs, is so hilariously, stupidly removed from the plausible that it makes you laugh. That's what it's. I'm laughing.
Exactly.
Ridiculous. It's not about.
Would it be very good if they went like he has to like it's like a year for him preparing to have like the gangbang with some minotaurs? Like,
are we kink shaming?
No. By the way, these the audiobooks are 59 minutes long.
Wow.
That's very, very short.
I mean,
I understand it's like
I think that's long for what it is.
And I don't know, but but if you're gonna buy one, because on Audible, it's a whole credit.
Yeah.
Like it's like I could buy The Stand, that's 40 hours, or one of these books, it's an hour. Although, I probably won't get the,
Speaking of laughing, wow. Every time the main character opened his mouth to say something, it made me literally laugh out loud. Take me to your insert monster here and make me gay kind of stuff. Like anyone would ever actually say words like that. This kind of thing makes you laugh in a way that is not flattering the author.
What did this man expect?
There are also tons of small editing errors. Like the author ran spell checker in Word and then called it a day. I've written in the past, and I know that when you self-edit, you can skim right over the small errors like this. But as I wrote before, all this fussing maybe doesn't really matter because, well, oh man, we get all kinds of monsters and creatures and stuff. pretty brave to put that out there. This is clearly personal time material and literally nothing else. If these scenes weren't so narrowly focused on a single rehashed progression, sometimes I might have actually been entertained. But as it was, I just couldn't take any of them in any other way than as a silly joke. Dude.
Damn.
Really?
Hank, if you're out there, come on the show and defend yourself.
Defend your thesis.
Hank. All right, if anyone out there is friends with Hank Wilder.
Yes.
And what if we got him on it and it literally was Stephen King with like a fake beard on? That'd be awesome. Like dark sunglasses.
He's got like a...
Yeah, like a Groucho Marx beard or whatever he wore. Let's see. As Jackson said, as long as the hand jobs are educational. Or art. The art of the hand job. Todd Yeager, in movies, all women have to do is look at each other and bam, they're all over each other. At least in these male gay stories, they do other things and build the activity up. There you go.
Because, well, I don't know, but I'm assuming that most, like Todd and I have talked about some movies where this happens and it's really annoying, like the Lynch movie in particular, Mulholland Drive. And it's just like, so apparently to us, and maybe there was influences we're unaware of, but it feels like very much like straight guys were like, let's see hot chicks do it. And it's really fucking lame. It's lame. And there is a lot of that. And I hear you, Todd. It's really lame.
There was a time in wrestling that was a lot in the wrestling too.
And then jump on each other because it happens, but wrestling?
Yeah, there was in the 90s, there was a period, and they called it HLA, and they would just yell. It was short for hot lesbian action, and it would just happen randomly. But that's exactly the same thing, yes.
Oh, man.
So there we go. That's all the news in the horror world out there.
Yes. Vic, I came across that art. So Vic remembers. I thought of you when I started talking about this because I remember you were there for these shows, Vic, back in the day. The billionaire dinosaurs made me gay. Mm-hmm. I think that, I don't remember if that was a real one or something we made up, but I did a graphic for that. And
that one we probably can't show.
Well, it is art. Could you show?
Probably not. I don't want to test that one. No. Put it in the group maybe if you want.
I don't know. This is the after hours without your head. This isn't
join the Without Your Head OnlyFans.
Oh, this is a little rough. A billionaire. This is a different author. A billionaire dinosaur forced me gay.
Whoa.
But I guess there's, the ravishment fantasy thing, so I won't shame.
Okay.
After years of torment,
don't shame those people into dinosaurs.
Oh, this is book 3, end of the saga. After years of torment, John finally hashes out a plan for revenge on the billionaire dinosaur who forced him gay. After careful planning, making a few friends and enemies along the way, John takes out his filthy revenge on the dinosaur, the legend, and now president, billionaire dinosaur Oliver Anderson.
Good old Oliver Anderson.
And all right, I can show you this picture. Let me send this to you because it's not graphic. It's just funny. There's a cover and it is great. So this author is Hunter Fox. I wonder if Hunter Fox wrote the Some Guy review.
I'm not getting anything yet.
No, I haven't. I had to screen grab it.
You didn't have this bookmarked?
I did not. I did not have it saved and prepped and ready to roll.
Annabelle, your picture is much cooler than this one.
It's way. But I still find this to be really ridiculous picture. The dinosaur Oliver Anderson makes me laugh. Oliver. That can we
Jackson
work the
would-
name into things?
You think Jackson would review this for us? A billionaire dinosaur forced me gay. Book 3, end of the saga. Hunter Fox. Another fake name.
We're in such a strange world right now. It's like, oh, Hunter Fox is a graduate student at a UCLA School of Theater, Film, and Television, having a strong background in acting. Writing used to be just a hobby for the young student, but he progressively became more serious about his novels once he became a published author. Balancing school during the day and writing erotic novels at night, Hunter is growing into an experienced novelist with a wicked sense of humor and dirty mind. Questions, inquiries, or fan mail can be sent to Fox Publications at gmail.com.
Hell yeah, let's do it up. Todd Yeager, my name Todd Yeager, literally means the fox hunter.
That is wild. So it's you!
Now we found Todd's pseudonym. Very interesting.
Cool. Well, I'll send this to you. Maybe the hell with that other person.
Yes. And
They are not making themselves available, then what can be done? Refresh my chats. I'm going to send you this to keep in your file. Excuse me.
So I also want to mention tomorrow night. Well, tomorrow during the day, actually. It's going to be 5 p.m. It's going to be a Friday Night Frights. 5 p.m. Going to show some... I have to do it early because the fellows are in England. And otherwise, it's late already for them. It's going to be 10 when we start.
Wow.
Taped Up Memories. I'm going to show a collection first, probably about 4:30 or whatever. Come early. There'll be a collection of found footage trailers, and then we will show the feature film Taped Up Memories, and then we will have a Q&A afterwards with the cast and crew. It'll be a fun.
Very nice.
And that will be on Kick and Facebook.
Kick is a website. Kick.com.
Kick.com/without-your-head. Actually, Jackson gave me some advice earlier because then I was getting in trouble saying that Facebook was saying that they deleted the banner I had made of the interview tonight, saying it was spam. They're saying that I spam my own page with a banner that I made for our podcast. And I was like, come on, this is just getting ridiculous. And Jackson suggested that anything that has a URL...
Just out of curiosity, if his name is Jonathan Jackson, why do you call him Jackson?
We're just typed that way.
Okay.
Jackson. So Jonathan Jackson, I kind of like Jackson. Jackson told me that the URL is what's getting in trouble. So in the future, I should not put withoutyourhead.com on there.
Oh, interesting.
Gay Centaur punished my butt. Damn.
I think might be the original person. I want this person on the show.
Hell yeah.
Hunter Fox. I hope they will not mind that weird, laugh. It could be incredibly sexy. I don't know. Could be amazing.
I'll find out.
You'll find out.
Where's the hairy ones? Interesting. Yeah, why are the centaurs all everyone here? They're all waxed. You wouldn't think a centaur would wax.
Why not?
I don't know. Sup, Vic?
Audible sample. Just so you know, there's a sample.
Vic says, I love this show. Don't play the audio sample. Then we might get in trouble.
No, I will not.
I will listen to it, though.
No, good God. I don't even
in the privacy of my room.
I know. Poor Todd is where's the hairy centaur, right? Wouldn't that make... It would make sense.
That's what I said. You yelled at me.
I know. I was agreeing. I was coming back to being it would make sense, like you said. Neil was right. It makes more sense.
got to be some logic to the centaur punishing the butts.
What part did they wax? All of them? That would
But just the human part, it looks like.
I'm thinking,
like their
what
whole
would it be like to
bellies.
wax an entire centaur? That would be so weird. Imagine a hairless centaur, like the whole body.
Yeah, it's
Would
really
it
weird because
like a weird little nub. Oh.
Yeah, it goes right from humans just totally clean shaven, then right to the horse part.
Is that what I sent you?
Yeah.
Oh. Do they usually depict centaurs as being quite hairy?
I don't know now that I think about it. Todd says, thanks for a fun show tonight. Had lots of laughs. And yes, Todd does equal the fox. And Jaeger equals the hunter.
Yay.
Also check out Haguza for witches, as well as The Witch in the Window.
Put them on
Todd,
the list.
I found out recently Todd has a lot of cool old board games, too.
Yeah, they show up in his reviews. Todd. Man, I wish... we need that money so we can travel around and hang out with our cool friends.
I agree. We'll do a video series where we play board games with people.
Our dreams to go around the world and play board games.
Exactly. I think that's a
great dream to have.
Yeah, I like it.
And probably make movies and stuff.
Yeah.
But
I also have Snoopy and the Red Baron. Says Dave said I'd wear that shirt.
Which shirt?
The gay centaur punished my butt. Look at him. I'm gonna make it into an 8-bit for you, Dave.
Yeah. Well, let's get permission from.
Yeah, right. An animated GIF, 8-bit GIF.
Animated GIF. Maybe he would be really happy about it. Hunter Fox. Dude, I can't believe that contact information is here. I'm so curious. I hope they come on the show.
We'll find out.
Interesting. Very interesting. Oh my God. Does this item contain inappropriate content? Report an issue. Can you imagine? Please no one do that. Just let people do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, and if you don't like it, just don't, you can just leave, you don't have to watch everything people do.
No, like just, that really bothers me. There needs to be like a different place on the internet that's not dangerous and doesn't condone like, there's not like people ripping throats out of others or doing terrible things, but a place where people can be like, make choices about, is gay centaur punish my butt something that should be banned from the world because of whatever bullshit reasons? It's just punished. That's wrong.
Have you ever heard of the game Ring King?
How long ago did this?
It's a NES game. Now the reason I brought it up because I thought of it about making the 8 bits of the centaur stuff. So, because in between rounds you would go in the corner, and as a kid I was like, "What the hell is?" And I would laugh my head off, and they even had a noise like "ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh," and it. And I was like, whoever made that knew what they were doing.
Wow. Known as King of Boxer in Japan and Europe. King of Boxer.
King of Boxer. Ha!
King of Boxer.
All right.
It's got a 4.2 out of 5 at playclassicgames.com.
It was. I used to like it. It was fun back in the day. And then you go in the corner and I giggle for hours.
There's a Reddit page. What's really going on between rounds in Ring King?
Really? So I'm apparently I couldn't be the only one. So yeah.
That's funny.
All right.
I will send you this link. You don't have to review it in this moment.
Yeah, I'll look out later.
Kind of, oh, I almost pasted in the wrong spot.
So next week,
yes,
we are going to have Joe Castro on to talk about Terror Tunes 4.
Nice. It's going to be next. Cool.
Yep, live
Will
next
he
week.
be able to get us any?
I actually have it right now.
All right.
Yes. So
Do we have to watch all of the other ones to be able to watch this one?
No.
Or can we just go with it? All right.
No. Yeah, I believe this one's even. I think this one's actually even an anthology. I think it's 3 different short stories.
I believe. Isn't
Frank Stevens, I believe, directed one of them.
Is Linnea Quigley in it?
Yep, Linnea Quigley, Brink Stevens, Trista Robinson.
Oh, very nice. Very
Lots
nice.
of cool folks.
Yeah. Cool.
Douglas Epps, I believe his name is. He's a longtime member of the group.
Excellent. So people that don't know, Joe Castro is just amazing. He's a lovely person and so fucking talented. Monster maker. He's amazing. It's just so much talent.
Yeah, so it's 3 directors. I believe it's 3 shorts. So Joe Castro, Brink Stevens, and Matt Veneja, who's also been on the show before.
Big.
Yeah, lots of
and
Alyssa
next week is new month, new band.
Yeah, which is the Atomic Psychos.
Yes, from Mexico.
Yes.
Motel Transylvania, very happy, and they did not. Motel Transylvania was like no interview.
No, I'm going to try to do one, but again, it's very hard to set up because they're in Italy.
You could set it up with you.
I know. I've been trying to, but it's time-wise, it's been hard because I've also been away in Brooklyn and different things. But
very true, very true.
So hopefully it'll be up. Either if it's not up by the end of the month, it'll be up in the early November. But it'll be on the website.
Yeah.
And they have a new.
On this, I think a lot of the bands come to the show, or are somehow referred. And I was just on this like horror punk group and saw this recommendation about this. I was looking at some of the bands and I saw this band and I listened. I'm like, dang, this is amazing. It's very shit. I can't think of the word for it. It's punks that play giant bass and like jazz shit. It's jazz punk.
Jazz punk. Horror Biz should know. Dave's a big punk guy.
We've got some music fans out in the audience right now. Help me.
Yeah, Dave Deadman, he should know. He's the punk man.
And Todd. Todd's
Oh, yeah, Todd. Yeah, he knows all the music.
Mm-hmm. Punk jazz. Oh.
Punk jazz.
But that was great. I loved it. I can't wait. It's exciting.
AJ's going to check out Five Nights at Freddy. Oh, yeah, that opens, I think it might open tonight.
Oh, yeah. I really wish we could have gone.
Yeah.
But Brooklyn's far away.
Yeah. It's playing everywhere, though, this weekend, I believe. So.
AJ also mentioned earlier, and I don't know what we were doing at the time, about if we had seen shit. It was a long time ago now. But asked if we had seen Goosebumps, which I have not seen. The new Goosebumps show, and
He's gonna rent Talk to Me tonight. We were both big fans of it.
Oh, that was great. Goosebumps on Hulu or The Fall of the House of Usher on Netflix.
Oh yeah, The Fall of House of Usher. I've seen either I know obviously people like or dislike them, but I've seen absolute love saying it's a masterpiece, and I've seen real hatred for it. And I will say that people who hate it usually say it's too woke. So I'm
Uh,
probably leaning towards I'll probably like it, but I don't know. I'm gonna watch it. I have to watch it for myself.
it's a film or a series?
Series.
Oh, is this Cobweb? I think Cobweb.
Cobwebs.
Cobweb.
I liked Cobweb. I saw it. I actually saw it around the same time I saw Talk to Me, but it had a super short, so we didn't get to see it together. It only played a couple days. I liked it though.
This is a 2023 American horror thriller directed by Samuel Bowden. His directorial debut. It's screenplay written by. This isn't really about it. Not to like. All right.
Right.
The plot is way too long. Neil, what was it about?
It was about someone or something no, it's about a little girl living in the walls and talking to
Oh my god. That's scary.
little kid. It was scary.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
You thought it was scary?
Yeah, it's a good movie.
That's
I liked
scary.
it.
Neil doesn't find things to be scary.
I liked it. I thought it was really good. Yeah, I thought it was a good movie.
8-year-old Peter is plagued by a mysterious constant tap from inside his bedroom wall, a tapping that his parents insist is all in his imagination. As Peter's fear intensifies, he believes that his parents could be hiding a terrible, dangerous secret and questions their trust. And for a child, what could be more frightening than that? I don't know. I didn't really have a great bond with my parents as a child, so it really wouldn't be a big deal to me.
Todd says Cobweb is great. Yeah, I liked it too. Dave, we were asking what is the proper name for punk jazz? For jazz, for like punk music
punk,
with
but it's like people with the big like bass and horns, and dude, you're gonna love it if you like that kind of thing. It's great. But I'm like frozen in my brain to be able to recall. There's a specific, it's not the horror part. I don't know, but yeah, maybe it is psychobilly, perhaps.
Oh, that could be. I've heard that term before.
Yeah, I think that could be it. I believe. I could probably look up the fucking band. But anyways, they're going to be on next month, and they're great, and they're all about an interview, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, very
Hopefully,
cool.
I would love to be on that interview because I found them.
Yeah,
and
we'll try to work it out.
That would be weird.
We have to get Nicholas Vince next month too.
Yeah, we got.
So we'll figure that out. Hopefully, that one I definitely want to do with both.
Yeah. Yes. I haven't seen him in years and years and years.
Yeah, last time I saw he was at the Fright Fest in London. That was very cool.
Mm-hmm.
He's very tired.
I think I saw pictures from that. He seems like he has a nice time when he goes to his events.
Yeah.
He has fun with the people he's around. So you got to be tired when you leave an event. It doesn't matter what you're doing. Like, you don't have to be a drinker or a partier. You got to go and live it up.
I was happy I got the little video with Tim Drive for you when I was in London.
Yeah.
That was very cute.
So
that's
what
I think with Tim I tried that's when I tried black pudding for the first time at breakfast. He's not a fan.
Good.
I wasn't.
I feel good about that.
I expected.
People who don't know, was the wormy creature in Extra. He was a bounty hunter in Star Wars. He's a photographer, an artist. He's been in bands.
TikTok.
Him and crossover with Nicholas Vince. Tim Dry is a lifelong friend with Barbie Wilde, who is the female Cenobite in Hellraiser 2. And Nicholas Vince, for people who don't know him by his name, who's going to be on this coming month, is Chatterer in those movies. So it's like a full circle.
Yeah, all very cool, folks.
I wonder what Tim's up to nowadays. If he would come back on sometime, it'd be nice
Yeah,
to
I'd
see
love to
him.
talk to Tim. I love Tim.
Yeah. It's getting pretty late.
Yeah, so we're going to take off.
Yeah.
I really want to mention something real quick here. Let me just grab it. This weekend, friend of the show, Brad Case, he has a movie playing. I wish he would have told us earlier.
Yeah.
We would have done something. But I'll put the trailer up on the website.
Oh.
And so it's official premiere. It's called Scribbles from the Crypt, A Journal of Terror. Official premiere at Sky Cinema in Woson, Ohio, this Saturday.
I love the title.
In Scribbles from the Crypt, A Journal of Terror, buckle up for bone-chilling anthology of 4 gripping stories exploring murder, betrayal, necrophilia.
Your favorite.
Right up my alley. And witches.
Nice.
Theme of the night. This new breed of horror delves into the deepest recesses of the human mind, where monsters roam freely. Prepare for an unforgettable encounter with the unknown as fear intertwines with the twisted threads of each tale, leaving you gasping for breath in the presence of true terror.
Wow.
Cool.
Oh, Heather Harlow is in it.
Oh, really? Oh, very cool.
Interesting.
Hey,
Cool.
see a Brad Case, cool guy.
Out there. Heather is a very talented actress.
She is, definitely.
She is.
Very cool. I'd love to check this out.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be fantastic. It looks cool. All right. Nice. I'm glad you mentioned that. So that's
Big
Saturday. You said in Ohio?
Yeah.
Cool.
Good night.
Good night, Facebook user.
Big bass is Psychobilly.
Okay. Thank you.
He says horns and stuff would be ska.
Yeah, like
Mad Caddies did a kind of New Orleans jazz style punk. Interesting.
cool.
Good night. See you next month. Well, we'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow with Friday Night Frights, and we'll probably also do some type of live streaming over the weekend.
Yes, while we're at the Coolidge Horror 12-hour film festival, you can see us in our costumes. My yet to be determined costume that's not even 48 hours away.
Mm-hmm.
Facebook user, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Do we know who this is, Neil?
I can pull it up here if it's on the group.
We are going to the Coolidge Corner Theater in Brookline, Massachusetts. It's right on the edge of Boston for their annual 12-hour midnight to noon horror movie marathon. It's amazing. We were talking with Eduardo earlier about it. It's not
Brian
just
Scanlon.
down and watch. Who was it?
Brian Scanlon.
Brian. So yeah, it's fantastic, and high recommendation if you all have independent movie theaters out there. There's a lot of cool stuff that goes on for Halloween. A lot of great stuff. So get out there. Yeah, right? He knows. It's great. If you haven't done it, and you don't have to stay the whole time. Like you can, I think they do it different ways. I think you can buy for the whole night.
Right. Or you can buy just for the main event. The feature films.
Yeah.
Usually it's 2, this time it's 3.
Yeah. 3 good ones in my opinion.
Exactly. It's only like $5 more for the whole thing. So.
Mm-hmm. And it's a great time. And at the end of the night, all the last people standing, there's a nice photo.
Yeah, it was very cool.
Like,
yeah,
gone on.
It used to be a scattering of people, but the last few years it's been very full.
Yeah.
I used to like when you get a little pin, but I understand it probably costs a lot to buy a pin for everybody.
But it's nice.
We will be sticking around for the show. All right. And then we'll hit. It's kind of tradition for us to hit Victoria's Diner afterwards.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Victoria's
But
Diner. If.
yeah.
Oh,
We'll take a trip to New Jersey and go to the other diner if it was easy.
That was great, but I like my waitress more. I love their new waitress in New Jersey.
Yeah.
But my waitress at Victoria's Diner.
Both very cool waitresses.
I've known her for years. I cannot believe she recognizes me, but she does. Even when I didn't go there for at least 5 years.
You know,
South End, technically, no. That's South E on the edge of Dorchester because I lived in South E for years. To me, it's South E, South, and it technically, as far as like maps is concerned and all that, it's Dorchester. But it's great. Yes.
Y'all inspired me to get up the ass of that classic theater near me and see if I could talk them into doing some stuff. You better do it.
Yeah, Steve.
Thanks.
This guy who runs it, he's so great. You know, he's like the same age as us, and he's got his blue jean jacket with pins. He's got his little cap, his little wool cap, his big orange beard, and he's been doing it for how long? Not the marathon, like the whole thing, like almost 20 years or something.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And it's Dorchester.
So I want to thank Justin Bernard Head. He sent me a poster for the Dark Signals.
Very nice.
And he signed it.
Wow.
I'm trying to get it without
the
glare and reflection.
Or for a prize?
Oh, for me.
Oh.
Because he signed it to me. To Nasty Neil. So.
That's very nice.
Yeah, thank you. To Nasty Neil and the Station of Decapitation. Thank you for having me as a guest host. I look forward to the next one. Justin Bernard Head.
Awesome.
He's very
Victoria's
cool.
Diner. Yeah, Brian, I don't know if you know Victoria's Diner. It used to be like just open. And I think they closed briefly to clean. And not anymore. They really cut back their hours, which is very sad. So if anybody out there knows I think that's kitchen work because there's a lot of wait staff. But it's really hard to get kitchen work now because it's so hard. The hours are really suck. And the pay's not that great. Wait staff pays much better. So anyways, yeah, I love it. They've got such good food.
Yeah, it's great.
Cute. I love Victoria's Diner.
All right. So we're probably going to get some Frank Pepe's pizza. I don't know. I'm looking forward to this whole thing. Watch cool movies.
I should find out what time Victoria's Diner is actually open and see if we can work it in somehow. Very much a great vibe. Very much.
Yeah.
I started going there before I met you. Long time fan. So yeah, we'll figure it out. It's going to be, I hope, a wonderful weekend. Sunday's going to rain a lot, from what I understand, so bring your umbrella. Especially because you're going to have a costume. Do you have something to change into?
Yeah, it's something I can put on and off. So.
Okay.
I'll probably bring it up in my backpack and then put it on when I get to Boston.
Got it.
But it's also something I can walk around in, so.
Yes, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Very. So yeah, we will we'll keep you guys in the loop. Do some live streaming. And I hope everybody has I know Halloween is next week, but this is Halloween weekend. I hope people have an awesome Halloween weekend. It's an amazing day that you're inspired to do that.
Do it.
Super
My
cool.
brother bought me a pumpkin yesterday. I don't know if I'm going to have time to carve it, but I have it outside set up. So if I have time, I will try to carve it. But he bought me a friggin' giant-ass pumpkin. It's like this big.
Is it from Market Basket?
No, I think it's from Stop and Shop.
Really?
They had some wild ones at Stop and Shop, some weird stuff with bumpies. And,
oh, yeah. The gourds.
Yeah, and they had a red pumpkin I never seen, like a bright red pumpkin.
That's lumpy?
No, it just looked like a regular pumpkin. It was red.
Wow. That's cool. I like the blue Hubbard gourd. It's like a weird light blue, big.
Troy got a couple. He got a giant pumpkin and then a slightly smaller one with all kinds of green weird bumpies. And I believe he's going to try to make a great unclean one, which is a thing from Warhammer. It's like the demon.
Like giant, yes. It's like in the movie with Wesley Snipes. Blade. And in Blade there is this monster. And I think it is a very similar kind of blobby. No, the green unclean one looks like it gets around though. The one in Blade doesn't. It's awesome. Ugh. So gross. That's amazing. I'm just looking at the figure. Dang, it's 11:30. I gotta go because I have my job.
Jason Ewer, I gave you a big shout out earlier. Thank you for donating to Severed Limbs. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks, folks. Snow there. Oh my God, AJ.
Whoa.
What?
We need pictures. Yeah, we'll post a lot of pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And don't forget, send in your pictures of your costumes. Send in your pictures of your carved pumpkins.
Or gourds. Or pineapples.
Or gourds, yeah.
Carve up a
whatever it is. Carved, decorated.
Don't be killing things and carving them.
No.
I guess technically you're killing a plant if you carve it.
Right. I guess.
You guys get. I think you get what I'm saying. But yeah, submit your stuff.
Do it. It's a lot of fun. And thanks everyone for the last couple weeks here. We got a lot of people in the chat. It makes a lot of fun to come in and talk with us while we're talking nonsense.
Yeah.
And sometimes we talk sense too.
I don't think we finished the witches either.
Yeah, we did.
Did we? All right.
Yeah. The ones that people sent in. So coming up sometime in the near future, and by the end of the year, we'll have a witch show. We'll have our 13 witches. I'm gonna make sure Troy's here for that one too, and make him come. Annabelle, Troy, and we'll get Justin Bernard Head.
What he's gonna have to do? Call out of work?
We'll figure it. I'll make him do it. Maybe we'll have a late start, 8 o'clock or something. We'll figure it out. We could do it after a guest, maybe.
Yeah. Why doesn't he come late?
I don't know. I'll get on him. We need to come. He could, even if he came on for a little bit and hung out with us, it'd be fun.
Yeah.
All right.
Sandwich.
So we're gonna play us out with Motel Transylvania. You can go check them out on all the social medias. They have a new CD out, and go get it. Thank you, everybody.
Happy
for the Station of Decapitation. This is Nasty Neil.
This is Animal Lecter.
And this was Without
Your Head.
Feel the silence in your mind, everything you keep inside to run away. You try again, there's something behind the rainbow. When it's time to pay the price, then the world is just a lie to trust again. You'll smile again, then close your eyes and dream on. Promise left behind. Move the hands over your eyes. You're crying again. You fight again. Then driving miles away and feel the winter in your mind. Cold like songs to say goodbye. It's hard to break, too hard to change. Another life to rise and fall. to change my ways and live a life of days gone. Just a song to dry your tears, lullaby for broken dreams. It's hard to breathe, too hard to change another life. You rise.